Yeah. I got no music today. I would pick Pat Mahaney, but I don't know. I don't think I want to get banned from YouTube for a week. Uh, so instead, you get my rather annoying voice. So Ace, you're in the side chat already. If you're in it, I posted the little StreamYard link and can be joined there. Hello, Sven.
Mr. King. Ice.
Welcome, y'all.
Hello.
We'll put you there.
Monty Burns?
Monty's here. We got
Oh my
Sean.
God. What show would be complete without Monty Burns?
Hey,
Hey,
I mean,
Monty,
the story's incomplete without him, so.
Monty, this Christian guy told me that the reason God's not going to save all is that their sinners aren't worth it. Do you agree, Monty Burns, that sinners are not worth it? Oh, I can't. I tried to bring his comment up. Could you do that?
What can you do? It's okay.
None of us are worth it. If he saves even one sinner, then he is being merciful.
Monty, how do you reconcile that with Colossians 1:15 through 20, where all are explicitly said to be included in Christ? So if he doesn't save one sinner, then he's not saving someone whom Christ died for, and thus the righteous one is not receiving all whom he suffered for. How just is God if he does not give the other just one his reward?
Okay, let me read it and comment on it. Let's see. The truth is, none of us are worth it. Okay. If he saves one sinner, then he is being merciful. Okay. Well, I on a number of occasions I say if he saves one sinner, he must save all sinners, because God is no respecter of persons, and God does not show favoritism. Right? If he saves one sinner who doesn't deserve it, then he must save all sinners, or he is playing favorites. Which is it? Which is it, Monty? Is he playing favorites? Or is his plan bigger than what you had initially imagined?
No, that's explicitly, it is about what's fair, Monty. It says it in Romans 3:8. The judgment of God is fair. And especially in Romans 2, the passage concerning judgment, it is all about fairness. God is impartial. If he saves one sinner and not the other, then why did that one extra sinner receive salvation? What was so special about that sinner? What exempts him from judgment?
Let me put on my Monty hat and see if I can answer. That's the Monty answer.
Wait a minute.
That's the Monty answer.
Yeah. I think there's a difference between like not understanding what was just said and disagreeing with it. Ace, I know we've talked about it before, but it's like If you're going to say, I don't know what you're talking about, but I disagree, well, which is it? Because it's one or the other. If you don't know what we're talking about, you can't agree or disagree. It doesn't
Oh, I'm
track.
so excited. Monty brought up an answer. Bring it up again. Okay. Monty says, because they met the requirements. Oh my God, Monty. Can you see how this qualifies you for believing in kind of like a voodoo superstition, a pagan mythology? These guys met the requirements. The other guys did not meet the requirements. Did God not make them all equally? Aren't all sinners? They met the requirements. The only requirement to be saved is you have to be a sinner, because sin is a prerequisite to salvation. It's not an impossible object to stop salvation.
Right, there we go. Himself, his willpower. God also says that it is his will that all mankind be saved and come to a realization of the truth. It takes us back to what we're saying. Who are you to say that God cannot make all of his own creation eventually believe with his own willpower, which he himself has already used to save the worst of us, being Saul?
I'm so glad Monty's here. Where would we be without them? They're Christians.
Man, I love the truth.
Hey, I saw some of your video where you went after, what did you call them? The Jesus preachers with no integrity?
Yeah, they were characters. They're characters. I don't really bother with them too much. But Chris Poopy Pants, he really likes clowning around on that channel sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, well, let's talk about it a bit. And they I gave a verse, and then I disagreed with the presenter, and then his wife came along and acted like I was making the biggest ruckus, and I was like, girl, I dropped like 3 comments. And of course, pride won't let someone grow, and humble themselves. And so they doubled down and acted like I was even bigger problem for daring to call it out on their mighty channel. So I was like, okay. So they blocked me, and I said, okay. And then I presented on my channel. I thought that was funny. It's so easy to handle most of these objections. More time passes, it's like, wow. Like you present a simple verse like God is the savior of all mankind, and like Mani is a perfect example here. So we just pointed out the verse where it says God wills that all mankind be saved and come to a realization of the truth. So even admitting Mani's premise, that doesn't deny 1 Timothy 2:4. It doesn't deny that fact. He wants to jump into this, but it changes nothing. The verse factually says that God is the savior of all mankind. So if God's the savior of all mankind, then he will make all believe and stop sinning. That's not our problem.
Let me try and address this one here. So Monty says there are requirements for salvation. Okay, let me think here. Oh yeah, you must have a savior. That would be the first requirement. Otherwise, you're screwed because you can't save yourself.
It's funny. I like that. Is that savior optional? Yeah.
You must. There are requirements for salvation. Yes. You must have a Savior who saves, right? So if you don't have a Savior who saves, then what do you have? Come on, Monty, what do you have? And then he says, you must believe. Well, that's not what John 3:16 says. It says, whoever believes. It doesn't say must, it says whoever believes. Kind of like, here's the same sentence structure. Whosoever has red hair will be saved. It doesn't say you must have red hair. It just says whosoever believes will have that special salvation called the Eonian life. Go back. Okay, you must believe. No, if you must believe, Monty, and God is the Savior, then you are very dependent on God giving you the belief. Because you can't cook it up on your own. You're not your own Savior. If you must believe, then God must give you the belief or you won't have the belief. And then he says, you must stop sinning. You must
Turn or burn.
Right.
Well, not Monty in this case. Monty doesn't say turn or burn, but meant 2 minutes.
Have you stopped sinning, Monty? I doubt that. But you must stop sinning? Well, we know from Paul's glorious executive summary of the plan and purpose of God that all will stop sinning when this mortal puts on immortality and this corruptible puts on incorruption. But sinning is vital. It's vital to the whole plan of God, because if you never sinned, or if somehow you could magically stop sinning of your own efforts, you don't need God. You've saved yourself.
Hold my beer.
Right.
Or nicotine in this case.
Stop sinning. What exactly do you know about sin, Monty? Hey, Monty, why did God create evil?
Oh, Ace, stop asking questions like that. You know you're gonna make them mad. I told you we could never know. God wrote a 2,000-page book for nothing. Do you want to go through the first 8 chapters of Romans here?
Sure.
Could go through some fun Romans.
Mhm.
I'm addicted to this book, so I figure you are too.
It's lovely. It's just a lovely, wonderful revelation of God and his Christ.
Can I ask you, how do you do that thing where you put the 3 of us on the bottom?
Right under the ticker tape. There you go.
Oh, there. Okay. I was curious because I kind of like this format. As long as, of course, like we can keep the thing, because it lets us like see you, but then also, go through at a decent size.
Mm-hmm. Also, click the thing so everybody can see the comments.
Yeah.
Just in case YouTube doesn't show the comments later on.
Monty, you may want to pay attention. This is our foundational doctrine, Romans, all the time.
Okay, Monty, I'll help you out. Focus, Monty Burns.
Yep, I'll put a spell on you.
Go ahead and click Monty's latest call out.
Woo!
You guys always read Paul's letters. Why not read Peter, James, and John, or Jesus for a change? Well, we don't really need to, because all you Christians, you never read Paul, relatively speaking. You only read Peter, James, John, and Jesus. So, why bother? You guys have that one sewed up. But there's another reason why we only read Paul, and that's because Paul is our apostle. Peter, James, and John are not our apostle. And Jesus is the Savior of the world. But Paul tells us in Romans 15:8 that Christ is sent as a servant of the circumcision. Do you understand what that means, Monty? That he is sent as the servant of the circumcision. So unless you can use Romans 15:8 to tell me otherwise, I'm going to have the attitude that all of the red letters that fell out of Jesus' mouth are for the circumcision. He's the servant of the circumcision. Let those guys have Jesus' words, the Jews. Let them have Jesus' words. You Christians are stealing Jesus' words, and they're not even for you. Paul is our apostle.
Can I also add a few fun points?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Monty, I know this isn't the first time we've pointed out this passage to you, but it's Matthew 15:22-28, where a Canaanitish woman, where she is explicitly described as not a Jew, comes out of the boundaries and cries, "Be merciful to me, Lord, Son of David. My daughter is evilly demonized." He answered her not a word. And approaching, his disciples asked him, saying, "Dismiss her, for she is crying behind us." Now he, answering, said, "I was not commissioned except for the lost sheep of the house of Israel."
Now, hang on. I want to throw in something that's really cool here. His disciples said, "Dismiss her, for she is bugging us." This sounds like Christians. She's trolling in the chat. They didn't have much love, these disciples. They didn't have much wisdom. They didn't know what the heck was going on. And you want me to read and follow Peter, James, and John? The very disciples who said about this Canaanitish woman, "Dismiss her, for she's typing in capital letters." She's not even one of us. She's crying behind us. She's annoying.
Yeah, the fact. I mean, this. And if this were King James, this would be the words in red.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be. How come we can? You want to point to John 3:16 as if it's for us, which it is not. It is for Israel. But you want to point at that, but you don't want to point at this, where it's explicitly, the boundary is explicitly drawn. And even if you were gonna make the argument that like Acts expands the kingdom message to all, the fact of the matter is that in chapter 13 there's a distinction drawn. If you give me a second, I can pull it up. At their ministering to the Lord and fasting, as soon as my computer loads, the Holy Spirit said, "Sever by all means to me Barnabas and Saul for the work to which I have called them."
Okay,
take
I'll
a
take
look.
Barnabas and Saul.
Why is he being severed? He's been teaching the kingdom evangel up until this point. What is he being severed for? What is this new work that is being discussed? What could possibly be discussed here? Key is in the term sever, severing, which takes us back to Romans. Romans begins by saying that Paul is severed for the evangel of God. This is not the evangel of the kingdom. The two are distinct. If you're going to tell me that kingdom and God are interchangeable, then boy, have I got a Greek class for you to take. Might as well tell me that pencil and video game are the same thing. Or the cup and the vase are the same thing. Or the door and the house are the same thing. You can go on and on. Two completely unrelated objects.
Okay, you can
And
remove.
to add, finally, sorry, the last little point. He says, what were the ones that he specifically mentions? Peter,
Peter.
James, and John.
Yeah.
Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to who? To me? No, to the chosen expatriates of the dispersion of Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, the province of Asia, and Bithynia. Wait, the dispersion. Wait a minute.
So he did not write to the Gentile boys.
Wait a minute. No, what about James? A slave of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ to the 12 tribes in the dispersion.
Scroll it up a little bit or remove Monty's comment so we can see it. So James wrote to the 12 tribes. He didn't write to the Gentile boys. Oh, that would be a nice answer to Monty. Why not James? Because James wrote to the 12 tribes. Let them have their mail. Stop stealing their mail.
Yes. Stop stealing their mail. In contrast, what do you got? This is the very first letter in the entire Bible that is addressed to someone other than the Jewish people. This is the very first letter. That is not a small matter. This is the very first time. And not only just to anyone, but of the nation that hosted the crucifixion of the Son of God. This is Paul to the Romans. That is pretty important. And it helps that Paul says multiple times that he is sent to the nations. He is the apostle of the nations.
Do you want me to read a bit?
Yeah. Do you want to start or do you want me
Sure,
to?
I'll start.
Oh, fair.
Paul, a slave of Christ Jesus. Slave. That's a pretty cool word. Dramatic. And Monty wants to take the drama out of it by saying that it should be servant, not slave. Well, a servant, according to the way Monty used the word, well, a servant gets benefits and a 401k and a dental plan, and he can quit at any time. But a slave, man, that's drama. He wants to take the drama out of this.
Well, that and there's even other terms for slave and servant. In all of its contexts, this term never means servant. It's doulos. It means slave. Always has been and always will be. This is the concordant, uniform translation of the term. Now, the only reason you'd have a problem with that is if you've presupposed that it must be servant and presupposed what Paul is going to say beforehand instead of taking the dramatic.
Because Monty presupposes free will above anything. Because he's a lover and a worshiper of free will. So he can't have the word slave there. That would step on the toes of the free will doctrine. Okay. Paul, a slave of Christ Jesus, a called apostle, severed for the evangel of God, which he promises before through his prophets in the Holy Scriptures concerning his Son. What is the evangel of God? It is concerning his Son.
Oof. Not concerning having faith and obeying?
No. It's concerning his son. The evangel of God is concerning his son, who comes of the seed of David according to the flesh, who was the designated son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection of the died ones. Jesus Christ, our Lord, through whom we obtain grace and apostleship for faith obedience. It's a compound word, for faith obedience among all the nations, for his name's sake, among whom are you also, the called of Jesus Christ, to all who are in Rome, beloved by God, called saints.
I love this. I love how it shows the evangel of God concerns his son, Jesus Christ. And it is through this son that the effects of the evangel occur. The effect of the evangel is faith obedience. It is not the cause, it is not the premise. The premise is Jesus Christ alone and his thoughts on the matter and his perspective, no one less.
So back up to 4. So the evangel of God is concerning his son, who comes of the seed of David, according to the flesh. Now check this out. Who is designated son of God with power. 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 Not the American idea of power, with the military and the cops blowing shit up and killing people. No, this power is expressed entirely by God raising his boy from the dead. And he doesn't even stop there, because the word dead is plural. Who is designated son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness. So I got to testify, Stephen, that when I first came into the faith, my church denomination was called the Pentecostal Holiness Church.
Hell yeah.
And it was a spinoff of the holiness movement of the 1800s. And so whenever it said holiness at that time in the 1960s, I knew that it was talking about living a holy life. Like Monty said, stop sinning. But somehow now I can see that the spirit of holiness has to do with the resurrection of Christ from among the dead and the resurrection of all from among the dead.
Yeah. It's
It
his
has nothing to
spirit.
do with my stopping sinning. No, it's right in the middle of a complex sentence. So he's designated Son of God with power according to the Spirit of holiness by the means of the resurrection of all the dead ones, including Christ.
Yeah. I like the contrast, the distinction between the flesh. I mean, this parenthesis really clarifies the son in two major aspects: the fleshy side, the one who's born in a cow trough in Bethlehem. He's of the seed of David. He is part of that lineage. He is going to partake of the oracles of God. And the contrast here, that the spirit of holiness defines him as a son of God.
And I kind of suspect that we could argue that the Spirit of holiness has everything to do with whatever happened on the cross. That is the Spirit of holiness. Raising his boy from the dead after being dead for 3 days, that is a holy thing to do.
Holy shit. Holy. Holy, holy, holy. Yeah, it's beautiful. And we're told that we should know Christ according to the Spirit, no longer according to the flesh. That's
That's
2
2
Corinthians.
Corinthians 5, like 17.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, so So check this out. I was so entrenched with the holiness movement from the cowboy days, the 1800s, that I can look at this verse and say, man, it took me a long time, like 50 years, to unlearn my regular Christianity, to see that this spirit of holiness is something way bigger than just wearing the right clothes on Sunday morning, right kind of necktie, and not smoking cigarettes, in front of the preacher anyway.
Yeah.
In the 60s, we left church one time and we stopped at the gas station, and one of the brothers was pumping gas with a lit cigarette in his mouth. This was long before anybody knew that to put up no smoking signs next to the gas tank, right? He was smoking a cigarette. He had just gotten out of church. And man, I was all of 14 years old, maybe 15 years old. And boy, did I look down my nose at him. How dare he claim to be one of us Christians and smoking a cigarette? I see him. I was so self-righteous.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can only imagine how many people have a similar story of just, hey, this is how I felt, about the majority of humanity. It's just the reality of it. I know I didn't have like the Pentecostal, but I would turn my nose up at people. I'd look at them as lesser.
I know they're not worth saving, says one Christian. They're
Yeah.
not worth saving. You know who said that? It was our friendly neighborhood preterist. Sinners are just not worth saving. And this is Monty's attitude too, because Monty said just moments ago, you got to stop sinning or else you're not worth saving.
Otherwise, you don't meet the requirements, and that's it. God can't. God's not.
Never mind about being designated Son of God with power according to the Spirit of holiness by the resurrection of the dead ones.
Yeah, I think that makes God rather pathetic. In retrospect, if he can't save everyone, but especially chooses not to save certain people ever, and just lose them, just straight up lose them. They're gone forever. I made this person. I planned their days. I crafted their life. Walked them through every day, every minute. Nah, can't really save them. I think that's enough. I never want to think about this person again. That sounds more like man. That does not sound like a loving deity.
That sounds like Monty.
It sounds like my dad, honestly. Sometimes like people will respond.
Oh my
It's
God.
sad. This is how people will talk. It's over.
So, Jesus Christ our Lord, through whom we obtained grace and apostleship. That's a humbling little thought right there. Jesus Christ our Lord, through whom we obtained grace and apostleship. A lot of humility right there, just to use those words. Paul didn't earn this apostleship. He didn't earn this grace. It came somehow through Jesus Christ our Lord for faith obedience among all the nations. For his name's sake, among whom are you also the called of Jesus Christ. To all who are in Rome, beloved by God, called saints, grace to you and peace from God, our Father, and the Lord Jesus Christ. First, indeed, I'm thanking my God through Jesus Christ concerning all of you, that your faith is being announced in the whole world. That is a hell of a testimony. Did you hear what's going on in Rome? There's some brothers and sisters there, man. They're making waves.
See, I'm not even sure that it's just on the human end, though, because this is system. This isn't just the earth, the whole land.
Right. That's a good point.
It'd be, and it says the whole. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be. Honestly, more that I think about it, it's like, could this not include the heavenlies?
They're learning the multifarious wisdom of God through
Yeah.
those boys in Rome. For God is my witness, to whom I'm offering divine service in my spirit, in the evangel of his Son, how unintermittently I am making mention of you always in my prayers, beseeching, if somehow, sometime at length I shall be prospered in the will of God, to come to you.
Wait. I I love that. For God is my witness.
Hmm.
God witnesses to this. I love that. Because, I think a lot of us are always like, well, why can't this person get it? Why can't that person get it? But look, the truth is that whether they want to acknowledge what God said or not, he is the witness to the one attaining to the facts. Attaining to the facts is the only way you can offer divine service. There's no alternative. Access to God only through the Son, right? And this evangel is all about the Son, the evangel of his Son. So it makes total sense that, yeah, God is the witness. He's the only one who's employed us on this matter, and he's the only one that'll pay us properly on this matter. And I just love that. I feel like this, like, I know we talk about like Second Corinthians, all about like the consolations and the pities of God, but Romans is full of it too. This hit me really hard. I don't really like look at the first, like, 10 verses of Romans as often. You talk about the doctrine and stuff, but man, just sitting right there in verse 9. That's just beautiful.
Okay, go back up to one line. Go back up to one line. To whom I am offering divine service in my spirit, in the evangel of his Son. I just thought I'd point out to you that the word offer is in light face type, but ing is in dark face type.
Yeah.
And just so you'll know that this is the concordant literal New Testament, and they make use of light face and dark face type on purpose, because some things are just really difficult to translate from the Greek into English because we don't have that cadence like they had. So technically speaking, this should say, for God is my witness, to whom I am divine servicing.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of vocabulary. And so, it's difficult. And so this seemed like a good way to translate it, for I am offering divine service, because we don't say I am divine servicing.
Right.
Anyway.
The literal element says divine servitor be. Like that's because the be there is like the suffix, the verb. So it shows that it's a verb in the Greek, but the stress is on the service, not the one servicing. So it's like the word I am offering divine service is technically all one word. But they light face typed this here to show that, and you nailed it. The divine servicing is really what it would be. It's to whom divine service I am, if it were like hyper literal. And I love that too, divine service. That's the same word used in verse 20 of Romans 1, talking about the imperceptible power and divinity of God. And it's got the word placedness or placedship in there. You're offering the placership service, the true service of the placer.
How unintermittently I am making mention of you always in my prayers, beseeching, if somehow, sometime, at length, I shall be prospered in the will of God to come to you. And boy, wasn't his entrance into Rome a dramatic thing.
Man, he never met them. He hadn't met them yet.
I personally think he had met them. I personally think that he sent them from the other ecclesias, like Colossae and Corinth and Ephesus. He, said, hey, can you go establish a beachhead in Rome?
That makes sense. That could track.
Yeah.
But even then, like new people, like completely new people, would be incredible too that he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, how would he know that there's an ecclesia being crafted up there?
Because
I could buy it.
Yeah. For I am longing to see you, that I may be sharing some spiritual grace with you, for you to be established, yet this to be consoled together among you through one another's faith, both yours and mine.
I love how he shows like there is, like you do have a faith. It is, relatively speaking, your measure of faith but that doesn't deny that God parts belief. That is God's prerogative. He is the one who crafts it to his great plan.
Now, I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren. Oh, and I've come to love this little phrase, boys and girls, because Paul uses it so much in Romans, maybe a little bit elsewhere. I do not want you to be ignorant, but we are. In another place, he says, are you ignorant? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren, that I often purposed to come to you and was prevented hitherto. Scroll. That I should be having some fruit among you, according as among the rest of the nations.
This is a good, like, instructive showing of according as, for people like the preterists who say that Paul quoting the Old Testament means that Paul's message is found in the Old Testament. But almost every single time Paul prefaces quoting a verse with this term according as, or as in according as it is written, this is to clarify that it is not the same fruit as the rest of the nations, but it is in accord with it. It is not the same fruit, it is some fruit among you. Specifically, it's a new point built on an older point. And this is the same pattern that is followed through not even 3 verses later, but all throughout whenever a citation is brought up or whenever the term itself is used. And we'll definitely see it.
Now, over the years, the next verse has made me raise an eyebrow. To both Greeks and barbarians, to both wise and foolish, a debtor am I. Oh my God. To both Greeks and barbarians, to both wise and foolish, a debtor am I. Why would he throw this out there? Well, for one reason, it's a very humbling thing to say. He doesn't say I'm a debtor to the red letter words in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. He doesn't say I'm a debtor to the exact evangel that Peter, James, and John preached. Oh, hell no. What's going on here? To both Greeks and barbarians, to both wise and foolish, a debtor am I.
Wow. I just love it.
Thus, you go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thus, this eagerness of mine to bring the evangel to you also who are in Rome, for not ashamed am I of the evangel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were building on debtor.
No, no,
No, I'd love to talk about debtor for a second.
go
Um,
ahead.
so it's a special term used 3 times in Roman. That's the most times it's used in any letter. It is only used one other time outside of this in Galatians when saying, I am attesting again to every man who is circumcising that he is a debtor to do the whole law.
Wow.
Um, but in Romans, whenever Paul speaks of being debtors, he says it one other time in Romans 8:12, saying that we are debtors not to the flesh, to be living in accord with the flesh. It is not that you're indebted to the flesh of the Greek, the barbarian, to wise and foolish, of which everybody falls into one of those categories, by the way. But you are indebted to the spirit of those. You're indebted to share the facts concerning what Paul's about to talk about, being in this case the evangel. Of course, he does give later parameters, like if someone's not going to listen, you don't got to sit there and keep trying to explain it to them. Money burns. Or you don't also have to, or if your name is Jill, you don't have to sit there and answer all of Jill's questions for the day just for him to laugh at you. It's not about that, even though, of course, in retrospect, God would have ordained all of those conversations. The fact of the matter is, we are still debtors to even our strongest objectors. And whenever they gain the integrity to start learning and set the ego of themselves aside and about their ability to believe and their ability to obey, it is when they will truly begin to believe and truly gain the faith obedience, that coveted faith obedience, which they seek so badly.
Now, in carrying on this thought, as a comparison to, I'm a debtor to Peter, James, and John. Instead, he says, I'm a debtor to barbarians. Man, those guys are nasty. The Greeks and the Romans called those German tribal people barbarians. And so he's fancying that he's a debtor to them. Why? I'm guessing because they have no interest in hypocrisy. That is, obeying the law. I'm pretending like they're obeying the law. I'm pretending like the law is going to vivify and justify them. These guys are raw. I'm a debtor to these raw sinners who've got no interest in God or religion or hypocrisy, or appearance is everything, reality is nothing. These guys are they're cutthroats. And because of these cutthroats, God has given a special ministry to Paul, which is grace, absolute grace for barbarians and Greeks, and wise and foolish. Because of these guys,
Wow.
the debt of understanding this grace, Paul feels like he's a debtor to them. Thank you for being barbarians. Man, count me in. You got a ham sandwich for me and a glass of beer? Come on, let's talk. Just thinking out loud here. Paul does not go very deep into explain in verse 14, almost as if he imagines that it should be obvious what he means.
Yeah, I totally see what you mean. That's beautiful.
Thus, this eagerness of mine to bring the evangel to you also who are in Rome, for not ashamed am I of the evangel, for it is God's power. And if we back up to verse 4, you don't have to back it up, but if we did back up to verse 4, you could see that power and the resurrection of Christ and the resurrection of all have something to do with each other. For I am not ashamed of the evangel, for it is God's power, not for destroying, because that's how the Roman government would see power. Who can we kill? How many cities can we bomb with our catapults, fire catapults, you know? That's what the American government thinks is power, the power to destroy. But no, this is,
Laughs in Venezuela.
yes, this is the evangel for, this evangel is for God's power, for it is God's power for salvation to everyone who is believing, to the Jew first and to the Greek as well. For in it, God's righteousness is being revealed. God's righteousness to raise people from the dead, including all people, including all that time when, or at that time when death itself will be abolished. To the Jew first and to the Greek as well. For it is God's righteousness to raise people from the dead and make them immortal, justified, reconciled, conciliated, saved, redeemed. Pick out your status. It is God's righteousness is being revealed out of faith for the very faith that we are concerned with. According as it is written, now the just one by faith shall be living.
So I have many thoughts. This was one of the first like big verses that has shaken my world, because you see all the big verses in like Romans 3 and 4, and again it's all the doctrinal argumentation, but this is the start of it. To see where it begins is critical. Paul starts by saying he's not ashamed of it. He's not ashamed of the evangel itself. It's nothing to be ashamed of or to revile. There's nothing here that is disturbing, disreputable, ugly. How utterly brainwashed the world is to say that grace is not enough. It is completely discounted. And Paul stands on business. He does. And he gives 5 reasons why he's not ashamed of the evangel, and they're all found in this statement. The first is the source of the evangel. It's God's. Remember that guy, the one that created the heavens and the earth, the one that can do anything he wants, the all-powerful one, the all-knowing one. Why on earth would we have any reason to be ashamed of information coming from this one? And then, as you pointed out, Ace, it's the power of this one. It's not just that this is founded on love, even though that is a major part of it. It's not just that God cares enough to like maybe give someone the opportunity to. No, it's his authority to do so. It is his ability to do what he says in this evangel. Then there's the into salvation. This is the goal. This is the goal of the evangel. It's the salvation. It's just given right there. This is the fact. God's power works this goal. Who is to say, who on earth is anybody to say that God cannot achieve this goal? Is he too stupid? Is he too weak? Is he too lackluster? Is he lacking? Is he unable to do this? The answer is no. If you disagree, you're unbelieving. You are still ignorant, as Paul would say. The recipient is everyone. There is no exception to this. This is the recipient of salvation. Nothing much, just all. And the qualification is belief, of which, if God's power into salvation is to make someone believe, then he can do this for everyone. And he starts with the least believing one, again, being Saul, which is why the letter is so profound by being written by this one who completely detested God in every way imaginable and believed the exact opposite of what he writes in this letter, not 2 decades prior, tops. It is all 5 of these points. It's God, it is his power, salvation is the goal, everyone is the recipient, and belief is the qualification that clarifies the necessary extent of the evangel. And he hasn't even talked about it yet. We've already got a great summary. We see the term for many times in here. This is a structural thing, but it's important in building as to where it's going. Every time he says for, he's introducing a new point or expounding upon the previous. So he starts by giving, I'm not ashamed of the evangel. He gives 5 reasons why, all of which amount to the function of the evangel.
Okay, so in that middle 4 right there, which is actually into, it is God's salvation. It is God's power into salvation.
Yeah, so it's technically not the same term, but it
right. But I was
plays its
just
role.
thinking that if it is God's power, and God's power cannot be hindered or objected to, whatever, it's God's power into salvation, who in the world is not going to be believing at the proper time? Because it's God's power into salvation to everyone who is believing, and they will believe once they realize that they are saved. Who's not going to believe then?
Who unless you are unbelieving, how could you say otherwise, you know? It just in and of itself by nature wouldn't make sense to even attempt to say otherwise. And yet we all do.
Yeah, so the English translation for salvation and the Greek word into, there's a bit of a dynamic shift there. God's power into salvation. There's a lot of movement there. Instead of our English word for, God's power into salvation.
Yeah. I found it very wise. Like whenever the into is brought up, it's like, whoa, this is zoning in on salvation. It's directing right into that thing. And it's so intimate every time it appears.
That's a lot of power. If God's power is into salvation, who is not going to receive it? You're going to wake up one day and you're going to say, what? I'm saved? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wow. It does say, every knee will bow, every tongue shall acclaim that Jesus is Lord. It's the same writer. It explicitly says that. It's just a plain statement from the Bible. But either way, I mean, Paul continues saying 4. He has another 4, and here he gives the purpose of the evangel. Here it's revealing the most intimate foundation for the relationship with God. In the evangel, God's righteousness is being revealed. It is shown. If you're going to tell me that it is just of God to burn people alive, I would say, where does it say that God will burn people alive in Paul's evangel? If Paul's evangel has the task of conveying God's righteousness, then you must point at somewhere between Romans 3:21 and 4:25 and say, right there is where eternal torment is occurring. And if you can't, then you're operating on a straw man. of God's righteousness, which is honestly, I mean, that's a problem between you and God, but
Yeah.
he gives the purpose.
Only Monty has a free will that's so strong it makes God quiver in his boots.
Yeah, it's so powerful. It's incredible. Everyone's their own God, don't you know? And we have out of faith and into faith. There's the into again. It's out of Christ's faith into your faith. It's very important. The of belief is genitive in the first time, and the second time it is accusative. It is the direct object. So from whence the former faith brings into the direct object. Yours, your faith, which is on topic with what Paul was talking about.
Now, at the last of this verse, it says, "Now the just one by faith shall be living." In my own document of Romans, I don't have the concordant literal New Testament like this, right? I just have the cut and paste into my document. I've taken the liberty to capitalize the word just and the word one, because he is the just one. And by faith he shall be living.
Yeah, I mean, it can work. It could, I could understand it that way. I don't think it, like the verse, the context would be referring to, I think the Habakkuk verse
Yeah.
was referring to the faith of man. But even in the way Paul is applying it here would easily refer to the one who is of the faith of Christ. And that only takes us back to the just one.
For God's indignation is being revealed from heaven on all the irreverence and injustice of men who are retaining the truth in injustice, because that which is known of God is apparent among them, for God manifests it to them. For his invisible attributes are described from the creation of the world, being apprehended by his achievements, besides his imperceptible power and divinity, for them to be defenseless. Oh, this is JG's favorite verse.
So I just wanted to point out real quick. I mean, there's so much here.
Yeah, I know. I was racing through.
So by bringing it into God's indignation again, it might feel abrupt to any like unbelieving individual. Like, why did God just suddenly shift the topics? But this is why I was mentioning before, because it rounds out the third major point that Paul gets into before talking about the evangel itself. But this one, starting in verse 18, requires a lot more explanation. It must first be shown prior to showing the evangel. Its necessity must be shown. Mm-hmm. Not just its purpose and function, but its necessity. And so Paul is now going to, like a bricklayer, lay a foundation and start stacking the wall high, show an insurmountable enemy which mankind cannot beat on its own. And they must need this evangel, for it is the only way through which they can escape death. And moreover, I know it's been strawmanned that like, oh, so God's threatening you otherwise with the evangel, but the truth is that indignation is very good. Is a very good thing, because without this indignation, the unbeliever will not reach the evangel. Without the indignation and the judgment that I guess we started the stream with in Romans 2 and into Romans 3, it must begin by talking about this indignation. Without this indignation, without the judgment, mankind cannot be humbled and recognize they're wrong. And if they don't recognize they're wrong, then of course they wouldn't be able to appreciate that God is right. So by starting here and starting with the, okay, you want to play enemy for a little while, you're going to have to play enemy. That'll happen. It'll pass. The indignation ends. The judgment has its own goal in mind, all of which is designed to take us back to the evangel, which again is to everyone that they will believe. And on topic, Paul even says it's disrespect and unrighteousness. That's his problem. That's his problem with man. It's not man himself. It's not by nature they're just poopy heads. No, it's disrespect and unrighteousness of mankind. That is his problem, and he will deal with that problem. Indignation, judgment, and then evangel, or faith into evangel, as is for present believers now. Men who retain the untruth in injustice, nobody is exempt from this charge. Ace, you and I, prior to be called out by God, retain the truth. Even the Greek says detained. We detained it in injustice. Sven, you did the same. Sean, Poopy, and to this day, Monty, Preterist, JG, Jill, every single individual does this. There's no exemption. There's absolutely no escape from this charge. And Paul is about to prove it by showing the reality. And that takes us to what you were saying. We know he's there. We apprehend his achievements. And in addition, we apprehend his imperceptible power and divinity. There's so much order to the universe. It is carefully structured and layered, including even the hierarchies on Earth, making us defenseless. And he's being very indirect right now. He's speaking about them, they, there. He's not specifically calling on anyone yet, but he's about to. And he's going to build to that in the rest of the chapter. For them to be defenseless. And then I know you've talked a ton about this.
Knowing God, not as God, do they glorify or thank him. The deity of God is a hell of a subject.
What have you got?
Well, most Christians don't believe God is God. They've got this fantasy that they are as much God as God is because God has asked them permission to save them. God says, Monty, can I please save you? And Monty says, okay. Knowing God, not as God do they glorify or thank him, but vain were they made in their reasonings, and darkened is their unintelligent heart. Believing that they is as important as God is, they're pretty short-sighted.
Yeah, I like the word vain. It's the opposite of holy. It's empty. They are made empty because of their reasonings. And Paul never uses reasonings in a positive sense. This should be true. Like every believer should know this. Especially this is all like ground zero preparatory information, whether you're a believer or not. The reasoning aspect of man is never viewed in a positive light. There's not one singular verse where Paul, Jesus, or any other New Testament writer says, oh yeah, hey, you should reason this out. You should try and figure out the truth. No, it's all about belief. What did God say? Believe it.
And darkened is their unintelligent heart, alleging themselves to be smart, really wise, philosophical, logical. They are made stupid, and they change the glory of the incorruptible God into the likeness of an image of a corruptible human being, and flying creatures, and quadrupeds and reptiles. Wherefore
Yeah.
God gives them over in the lust of their hearts to the uncleanness of dishonoring their bodies among themselves. Those who alter the truth of God into the lie and are venerated and are offering divine service to the creature. Free will, free will, free will, rather than the Creator, who is blessed for the eons. Amen.
Man, there's so much. There's so much. It's so beautiful. Oh, um, the layers, the unfolding of this. The fact of the matter, the only alternative to God is idolatry. This is the only conclusion. My least favorite theory within the body of Christ is is the non-existence theory. Christ wasn't there, and it forces some other image, some other picture to be worshipped. I don't know why that's ever on the mind of any believer. There's some other appearance that God operates through that is worthy of consideration, of worship, and it dishonors him. Wherefore God gives them over. I mean, it's all about not free will. You don't have the free will to believe otherwise. You're in this state. It's the reality. He says this many times. I've pointed this out to JG like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. Every single time, completely ignored. I don't know why. It's like, do you not care about the book we're talking about? But it says it. God gives them over. God is the one doing the giving. Them is the men, the irreverent and unjust men, being all who alter.
Yeah.
Truth of God is discarded. Their alleged divine service goes to some 3-pronged deity. One that's confused and tries to ask your permission before saving you, and then acts like everyone who hasn't come to him yet is burning forever.
Right. They're not worth the trouble.
All sad, and it's rather than the creator. I love that he uses even that word creator. It's the creator that they're despising. It's the creator of the one that is dishonoring their bodies among themselves. They're offering divine service to the alternative, not their maker, but another. And I know what they might say. They might say, well, God made it that way. It's like, yeah, that explains God's perspective. That doesn't explain your perspective. It explains God having a purpose for the sin. It doesn't explain you willfully remaining under these lies, you willfully arguing against it in light of the facts.
Who is blessed for the eons. Amen.
Amen.
Therefore, God gives them over to dishonorable passions for their females, besides altering the natural use into that which is beside nature. Likewise, also the males, besides leaving the natural use of the female, were inflamed in their craving for one another. Males with males, affecting indecency and getting back in themselves the retribution of their deception, which must be.
Gay.
Which must be. And according as they do not test God to have him in recognition, God gives them over to a disqualified mind to do that which is not befitting, filled with all injustice, wickedness, evil, greed, distended with envy, murder, strife, guile, depravity, whisperers, vilifiers, detesters of God, outragers, proud, ostentatious, inventors of evil things, stubborn parents, unintelligent, perfidious, and without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, those who, recognizing the just statute of God, that those committing such things are deserving of death, not only are doing them, but are endorsing also those who are committing them.
Holy
Netflix.
shit. You said Netflix? Yeah, that's a good example. No, really. I mean, it is the invention of an evil thing, and yeah, it endorses almost all of this.
I don't know if you've ever seen Netflix, but they do definitely endorse all of this shit.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, they're all about disqualified minds. I mean, if you've seen the Stranger Things, it's all about being stubborn to parents. It's all about being proud and ostentatious. If you don't find yourself in here for some reason, then I found you. If you're going to tell me you're not in here, right? Like, you have absolutely no grounds to level any accusation against God.
I like the word proud, so I can tell you my favorite little phrase about the word pride. Pride will stick to anything. Even the Nazis were proud of being Nazis. Just because somebody's proud that they recycle the trash, that doesn't mean shit. Just because they're proud that they live in a yurt. I don't harm the earth. I live in a yurt. Cool. Just because they're proud that they're a Boy Scout, that doesn't mean anything. I'm proud that I'm a Christian. Oh, that's a fun thing to get on the Christians. I've asked several Christians in the last couple of years, hey, are you proud of being a Christian? And they say yes.
Yeah. Wow. Funny? Yeah, that's a perfect catch-22 there. Wow. That's beautiful.
Pride will stick to anything.
Pride will stick to anything. I'm going to remember that. Pride will stick to anything. And it truly does.
I'm proud of being American. I'm proud of being Mexican. I'm proud of being from Argentina.
Me and Amaris just finished watching Breaking Bad.
Whole lot of pride going on in that show. I think that one of the most prideful was Jesse Pinkman. He was proud of being stupid.
Yeah. For a good majority of that show, he had to be humbled up to learn that, remaining ignorant to man is completely or I should say, it's going to get you into trouble. But I would also say Walter was the most proud, one of, if not the most proud in the whole show, being the one who, you would say, I think the realest thing that he said was at the very end. He was trying to give Skylar like one last goodbye. If you remember that scene where he's in her new house and he says, Skylar, I need you to understand. And she cuts him off and she's like, if I hear one more time you tell me that you did this because your family, I swear to God. And he says, no, I did it for me. I liked it and I was good at it. It made me feel alive. And I think that is the realest thing that ever came out of his mouth, was that shock that, from the start, it wasn't about anything except him building a little empire and trying to get something that he felt jaded about, his own history. Mm-hmm. It's a great lesson, great metaphor. It's proud. It's all about being proud. And to add to it, which I'm now thinking about, is Who gives people over to pride?
Sweet.
Who gave him over to that? Who gives Mani over to pride? Who gives anyone over to any of these? You know, everyone's like, oh, murder, that's all man. That's a moral evil. God doesn't touch that. But God explicitly says he gives them over to do these things.
Yeah, I'm really proud that I read a book on psychology. No, sorry, philosophy 101. Yeah, I read philosophy 101. I'm really proud.
I'm really proud of that. Yeah.
I can use the word epistemology.
I worship Jesus over God the Father. I'm proud. Jesus is God the Father. I'm proud. Hello.
I have free will. I think saying I'm proud is oxymoronic.
I'm special. I'm Tim Theo.
Wherefore defenseless are you, O man, everyone who is judging, for in what you are judging another, you are condemning yourself, for you who are judging are committing the same things. Committing the same things. Now you are aware that the judgment of God is according to the truth against those who are committing such things.
Yeah. It's about
according to the truth of the evangel. Cool.
It's about you being defenseless. You are the defenseless one. It's not them. It's not they. It's not they're given over. It's not God gives them over. Now it's you need to now apply this to yourself. It is about you. You are defenseless. It's not them who are defenseless. Oh, human. You still have the audacity to judge, and especially more than all others, try and judge God when you are found in here. You have no grounds on which to argue, and if you try to argue, which even then the objector will, and we'll see it in Romans 3 and the verses Romans 6 and 7, they must immediately, by taking an opposing stance to Paul, they must logically endorse these things. They must endorse it. They must, by nature, take the opposite stance of Paul. If you're going to argue against him, you're going to fulfill the opposing role and thus condemn yourself. Meanwhile, the judgment of God accords with that which accords with facts. Truth. And he is against the lies.
Yet you are reckoning on this, O man, who are judging those committing such things and are doing the same damn thing, that you will be escaping the judgment of God.
I like the emphasis. The little apostrophe there is an emphasis in Greek. It's emphatic. You will be escaping the judgment of God, that you've done it. Congrats.
What kind of emphasis? Like emos or something? Like it's putting the emphasis as it's putting the actual word there, you're saying? As opposed to just making it with the verb?
The word you in there is emphatic in the Greek. There's a emphasis that it is being laid on. It's not gone from the Greek.
Actually written out. Is that what it means? I haven't actually seen what that little apostrophe thing means in the concordance. I would assume the emphasis is that it actually writes it as opposed to including the idea with the verb. I don't know what other emphasis you could come up with.
Yeah, like in verse 1, you is part of a verb, but in verse 3, you is its own term. It is a pronoun, and it's in the nominative. So it's emphasized specifically of its own, standing on its own. And it's like
good to know
if
what the little apostrophe
stressing
means in the CLV because I wasn't familiar with that particular marking.
Yeah.
Or
No, it
whatever.
just means
Is that an
emphasis.
apostrophe or what is
Emphasis.
that? It's like a little
Yeah, like a
dashy.
little dash.
Yeah. Sideways.
Yeah, it just means emphasis. Like it's just specifically stressing that.
It's actually pointing out the word, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Or are you despising the riches of his kindness and forbearance and patience, being ignorant that the kindness of God is leading you into repentance? Yet,
whoa.
So in this case, what leading you? So it's
Someone call
probably
Sean Eagle.
actually written out in this case. You're saying
Kindness
you.
of God leads to repentance.
Yeah, tell Eric about that. He's not very nice to me.
It's
Or
not,
anyone,
it's not
what I mean.
on the supposition of a threat, but on kindness. They assume that if God's got a carrot, then he is also got a stick. And they assume that the stick is eternal damnation, eternal torment, eternal loss, eternal. But that hurts God the most. If that were the case, then screw the carrot. The carrot doesn't matter. The carrot does matter because the punishment is not eternal. It is judgment. You must face that judgment and indignation head on, as Ace will read.
Yet, in accord with your hardness and unrepentant heart, you are hoarding for yourself indignation in the day of indignation and revelation of the just judgment of God, who will be.
There, by the way, that's part of it. But remember, Monty said earlier, hey, the judgment, it's not about fair.
It's not
There it is,
about
Dad.
fair.
But
Yeah, don't make fair judgments. That might be really bad.
Who will be paying each one in accord with his acts, to those indeed who by endurance and good acts are seeking glory and honor and incorruption, life Eonian. Yet to those
Yeah, stop there. So you know what's awesome about that sentence is there's a clear distinguishing and what's like incorruption, and there's a lot of terms being distinguished. I think the King James put for incorruption instead mistranslates the idea of not corruptible to like, I think it translates it as the same word as deathlessness, like immortal or something. Was just
interesting.
typical of it's not, it's like uncorruptible, like as in like as far as I remember. Yeah. But
Uncorruptness. Wow. I never looked at that.
Yeah, it's that kind of like overlap and recklessness that's like, it's like they say, oh, it's the same thing. Okay, well, whether or not it's the same thing in one place or another, the more, it's not the same thing. It might come to similar conclusions, but it's not the same thing. And the more times you do that with any words, right, the more problems come out of it,
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you probably have 100 objections from all the supposed Jills as to like, you're not translating this right. The only reason you would not like the translation is if you have a better story in mind, which makes you above God, right? But this is the first time we see it. This is the first time we see it. I didn't realize this. It only appears 7 times in the entire New Testament. Every time it's used by Paul, and 4 of those 7 times is in 1 Corinthians 15, verses 42 to 54.
Incorruptible,
it's found
right?
in incorruption. Yeah, it's corruption is not enjoying the allotment of incorruption. As you point out, corruptible must put on incorruption. Whenever the corruptible should be putting on incorruption. So it's all about that. Quick question for you guys. Has anyone ever done anything worthy of this reward?
Indeed, yes, not me.
Who?
Well, as far as what I think is, I used to think it was a like a like kind of what do you call it? A hypothetical. But I tend to think now that he's talking about the circumcision gospel.
I would disagree.
Okay, show me then.
Just,
Because
I mean, the
yeah, they would
circumcision
have
is
to
also.
begin with, but it would be a result. I don't know. You tell me.
No, I just mean the circumcision is also founded on faith. So it
Yeah,
can't
I
be
know,
about
but
acts.
right, but it would be more of a result, I guess, in that one. I don't know. It's just a thought. But at the end of the day, like I feel like the circumcision gospel is also like it's not actually about vivification, even if it results in or doesn't result in because of Paul's gospel or not. You see what I'm saying? Like there's no vivification teaching outside of Paul's gospel. So it's like even if they are just lost in the points on that.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The whole argument that Paul's getting at is that no one is just, and all are in need of the evangel. So if someone can, by endurance and good acts, achieve this place in judgment, then someone wouldn't be in need of Paul's evangel.
Well, but it says Lyphionian though, so it would be connected to Paul's evangel in the sense of like, well, I correct me if I'm wrong, but in my mind, like even if someone doesn't believe Paul's evangel and they're under the circumcision evangel, there's still like an effect that comes out of Paul's evangel, which doesn't help. Like there's no actual substance to the circumcision evangel without Paul's evangel because they don't really understand the need of immortality and like where that's even coming from in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
I
It's
see.
so
Yeah,
based on
they're
Leon.
complementary in that regard. Yeah, but this is about judgment. This isn't about circumcision at all. He hasn't even entered circumcision into the conversation. He won't do that until verse 17.
Yeah, I get that, but what I mean is like I don't know, like it says Lyphionian. It doesn't say.
Well, yeah, if someone were acting righteously, then of course they would be given life Eonian. But that's why I ask: has
Oh, so you're
anyone
saying
ever
it's
reached?
hypothetical, but it's like a middle ground between hypothetical and
Yeah,
'cause,
this
like,
is the fair judgment of God. If somebody manages, if someone's presented at the great white
oh, I
throne
get what
who manages to endure in good acts and conduct themselves righteously and are somehow not doing one of the actions at the end of chapter 1, well then yeah, of course they would get life
yeah,
Eonian.
you're probably right.
They would
That
get
makes
great
more
reward.
sense because it fits the rest of what he's saying better. But I guess I was just thinking about it in the light of like, it seems like there's some kind of like in that calling, it seems like there's some kind of like more connection to all that stuff. But it also like it's obviously not going to be a direct result of that stuff anyway. It's just going to be some kind of placership of God. But I think that makes more sense with what what he's actually saying, I guess. So you're looking at it like in light from the Great White Throne.
Yeah. These are the parameters for it. He will be judging each one in accord with his acts.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I've heard people say different things on this, but I don't necessarily see any good maybe I don't know, like what I don't see that much of a good reason to think too much about the Great White Throne regarding like if anyone's going to escape the second death at that point or not. The only thing I can think about is about people who are maybe never born and never had any didn't have much to be judged of, but I don't know. I don't worry about all the particulars too much.
Well, let me pose one more question to you. If someone has not yet acted, wouldn't they be one of the most in need of the judgment of God? If they have had no experience, wouldn't they want to be corrected the most?
I guess you couldn't endure in good acts. Oh, I see what you're saying, because you didn't really learn anything. Because we're kind of
did not endure, right?
In the sense, just going through shit.
Yeah, they would be
Clueless.
in greatest need. All I mean is the judgment is not inherently evil. The judgment is a great step forward, and that's why I've grown, especially in studying Romans 2, to think about the Great White Throne a little more than I would have, because it's not like Paul's ignoring it. Like it's there. It's just this is all preparatory. Like it's all leading to the evangel. It's not the evangel, and he still hasn't left. Right now, he's just giving why we need the evangel, because it seems as though like no one could rationally stand there at the Great White Throne and say, "Yeah, I don't need the judgment of God. I'm chilling."
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess in some way, that's what I'm saying. Like, in some ways, even if it's not directly obvious, we are experiencing the judgment of God. At least similar effects, or by learning their life. You know what I mean?
You're talking about the
what it's actually talking about, but I mean like the effects of experience. I don't know. Yeah, the same kind of outcome, I guess. Like learning. I don't know.
You're talking about the believer?
The believer and the unbeliever. Or not
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah. I mean, all are learning.
I get, yeah, all are learning, but I was more specifically referring to the unbelievers getting some kind of experience of something, even if they, even if it's not much. Like, I guess I'm saying in contrast to someone who is never born. You see what I mean? Like, never born in the sense of like stillborn, not yet.
Because this is a judgment, not just an indictment. There will be good things that will be commended on Judgment Day. It's just that the ones doing good things simultaneously invalidate them by the disqualified minds that they operate under.
Yet to those of faction and stubborn indeed as to the truth, yet persuaded to injustice, indignation and fury and affliction and distress. So the other guys get Lypionian, but these guys get a combination. They get indignation and fury, affliction and distress on every soul, on every human soul, which is affecting evil, both of the Jew first and of the Greek. Yet glory and honor and peace to every worker of good, both to the Jew first and to the Greek.
Does anyone escape this?
For there is no partiality with God. Monty Burns. For whoever sinned without law also shall perish. And whoever sinned in law, through law will be judged. For not the listeners to the law are just with God, but the doers of law shall be justified.
This is important, Mani would assume that this is like the evangel or something, because his favorite word, perish, apolumi, is right there. Yet this is referring to all who do not have the law. Without law, they will perish, and they'll be judged through the law. And in neither case, you're not enduring in good acts.
For there is no partiality with God. For whoever sinned without law shall also be perishing, and whoever sinned in law through law will be being judged. For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified.
And no one does the law, not one doer of the law. And Paul's going to explain and expand on that in just a little bit in the rest of Romans 2. But first, there's the small problem of the Gentiles. In verses 14 through 16, he must show how the Gentile is condemned, which the Jewish guy would probably happily agree with. It's just verses 17 through 29 that piss off the Jewish objector.
But whenever they of the nations that have no law by nature may be doing that which the law demands, these, having no law, are a law to themselves, who are displaying the actions of the law written in their hearts, their conscience testifying together, and their reckonings between one another, accusing or defending them in the day when God will be judging the hidden things of humanity, according to my evangel through Jesus Christ.
This is beautiful. So, by nature, men do that which the law demands. Nature's a good thing, for starters. I know, Ace, you've probably read that chapter of Problem of Evil before, but nature is a very, very good thing. It is actually something that Paul is frustrated by in regards to women and men going against nature. It's important because there are so many people who are like, by nature, humans are inherently evil, and that's not true. The nature of man is good. By nature, we may be doing that which the law demands. You can see this in things like the Code of Hammurabi, where you see a lot of similarities between mankind's internal conscience and the Mosaic Law. Of course, the Mosaic Law is perfect, unlike the Code, but it's to show that it is perversion of perfection. That is what sin is. Their conscience is seared. It will serve as like a record of sorts, and as well as the testimonies each will give, and all are defenseless. Even though this is being fair, all are defenseless, as he said.
Look at that little plus there. Is that the word and? It's to say like and.
Yeah.
Or. Like it's kind of a little cool detail, right? Like accusing or defending, not just accusing or defending, but and or defending. Right?
Yeah.
You have like E and then K.
Or and from saying. It's the plus there to show the. Yeah. That is cool. Defending is in the middle voice. That's funny.
Accusing or defending. So accusing them, their conscience accusing them, or defending them.
It's the only time Paul ever uses accusing. That's incredible.
So it would be like, so their conscience is the subject. So, well, what's he kind of getting at with the middle voice? I'm trying to think. Their conscience accuses them, but what's the idea of that defending in the middle voice? Like the conscience defending, like we think of it backward. Them defending conscience defending that. I'm just trying to understand you see what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Why the middle voice? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Have to look into it.
Conscience is a subject, so I would assume that it's one is either reckonings between one another. Right. Conscience testifying together and their reckonings between one another, accusing their reckonings. Let's see the sentence. Greed.
If you look into it, and you could share with us, either in a comment on this video, or if you find it here.
Yeah. Look.
So important. They will be defended. I'm just kidding. They won't be defended, but in the day when God will be judging the hidden things of humanity. It's all about the hidden things. It's not just about what we do on an external level, but our disposition, our assets, our liabilities through which we act, our personal reasonings or otherwise. And when you say this especially gets at the Christian religion. Really pisses him off. And then we see once again.
Just kidding.
You said what?
I was making a joke because what was his name? Predator said that especially means only or something. Malik said it's only belief. And then he kept making things up about it. I don't know.
Only, especially, what's the difference?
It's whatever you want when you want.
This is another really important point, though, and I didn't realize it for a long time, but judgment accords with Paul's evangel. The two are harmonious. They work together.
Yeah.
It is according to Paul's evangel. It's also to show that judgment itself is not Paul's evangel. They must be distinct. They cannot be the same thing. You can't say God will be judging the hidden things of humanity according to the hidden things of humanity. That doesn't make sense. The evangel is through Jesus Christ, through the humiliated Lord. It's the fact. It is not presented.
The problem is they don't know they think the evangel means, when they read that, they're going to say, oh, well, they didn't believe,
Yeah. Well,
they didn't believe.
They didn't believe.
Yeah.
But the two are harmonious.
I guess, come to think of it, that's exactly why he starts off the next chapter. What's it, like 5 verses away to saying what happens if they didn't believe? He already knew what was coming. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in
absolutely.
fact, all the rest of his 3rd chapter is basically about, and honestly, the 3rd and 4th and 5th chapter, a lot of it has to do with just answering what he said. Shall their unbelief nullify God's faith or whatever?
I can see that. Yeah, for sure. And even that, the what if some disbelieve, takes us back to dealing with what Paul is saying in Romans 1 and 2. Because it gets back to the heart of the matter all the way. But even then, in the meantime, it's like the fact that indignation and judgment are processes which bring one to the evangel helps clarify, even here, it's indirect, but it is a fair and valid assessment that judgment indeed brings one to belief.
Lo, you are being denominated a Jew and are resting on law and are boasting in God and know the will and are testing what things are of consequence, being instructed out of the law. Besides, you have confidence in yourself to be a guide of the blind. I wouldn't brag on that. A light of those in darkness. I wouldn't brag on that. A discipliner of the imprudent. Don't brag on that. A teacher of minors. Paul is real sarcastic.
Yeah, that's funny.
Having the form of knowledge and the truth of the law. Boasting, I tell you, pride will stick to anything. You're boasting that you know the will and you're a guide of the blind. I'm just not impressed.
And I would even add, like, on their surface level, like, these things, they are shown to us in the evangel itself. We are able to boast in God and know the will and test what things are of consequence through Paul's evangel, but it's the perspective that the Jew is walking in on. Their perch is the law. So of course they're going to make it about themselves intuitively, because the law is all about instruction. And you. And yeah, he even goes on. Confidence in yourself. You have the outward appearance of knowledge. You appear like you've got it.
So
It's
next
all
time
about
you
the
go
law.
to JG's channel, say, hey, JG, are you a teacher of minors?
Oh,
I think minor. I could be wrong, but I don't know if it's talking about the word we think of in English of minors. Let me look. I think it's talking
Yeah.
about like if I had to guess, I'm not looking at it, but if I had to guess, like unknowledgeable, like not
Yeah.
as the word, but you know what I mean, like a minor in thought, but like I don't think it's talking about like of age.
Yeah. Paul calls people minors in the faith. It's not that they're literally young, but I get what you mean. It,
But
it
it
can be a
is still
figure.
funny.
I guess you could see it both ways.
Yeah, let me look.
It's pretty. I like it. I love the sarcasm too. It's perfectly posed. The Jew is so full of himself. It's so clear, and especially with the 4,000 years of their lineage. It's also, Ace, you'll love this, but it's denomination. It's a representation of religion. Except the only difference is at least the Jew can walk in and be like, hey, well, I'm promised this kingdom. I can list to you all the blessings that should be imposed to me in Jeremiah and Ezekiel, and of course the ones in Isaiah. The Christian is just stealing from this denomination. They don't even get that. And they don't know Paul, so they get nothing, and they just think themselves high, I guess. They think themselves tall. They are full of that pride. I'm a Christian. I get nothing and I'm happy.
I think I stand corrected. I think it's actually, I think it is very similar to our idea of minors now I'm looking at it, but it also, he definitely uses it in a figure other place, you know, like minors and Christ and things like that. But yeah, it is the word minors. Hey, JG, are you a teacher of minors? Works for me.
Yeah, you can't. It's not as fun to use it today.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
Yeah, there is a cultural difference for sure, but it's
yeah.
You then, who are teaching another, are you not teaching yourself? Who are heralding not to be stealing, you are stealing. Who are saying not to be committing adultery, you are committing adultery. Who are abominating idols, oh my God, you're despoiling the sanctuary. Who are boasting in law, through the transgression of law, you're dishonoring God.
Wow. I love the progression. You don't have a proper foundation. You think your action is justified, so much so that you would even pervert the most intimate of relationships to the extent that you don't respect the penalty God gave at the beginning of Genesis and thus dishonor him.
There's a verse that has the word minor 5 times in it. When I was a minor, I spoke as a minor. I was disposed as a minor. I took account of things as a minor. Yet when I became a man, I discarded that which is a minor's.
No more Pokemon cards.
Oh no! yeah, that's probably the way that a lot of Baptist preachers are going to use that. So you don't have your, don't have any enjoyment. You got to go out street preaching, man.
Mom, why does my stomach hurt? Video games.
Video game.
For because
You're
of
not
you,
getting outside enough.
for because of you, the name of God is being blasphemed among the nations, according as it is written.
Wow. There it is again. It is not literally the same context as what is written, but it is indeed according with it.
Well, go scroll up. God is being blasphemed among the nations. Why?
There's because of the hypocritical teachings of the Jew.
I love this verse.
Oh yeah, and I mean again, the Christian religion's a strong effect of the Pharisaic
Worse
teaching.
than what they were doing. That's the funny thing. Like, well, if this is what he said about the Jews, what is he going to say about them? They didn't even have all the they weren't neck deep in eternal torment, and I mean, he's gonna have a lot to say about them if Paul's rolling in his grave.
Yeah, he's gonna look at us like, oh God, you guys dealt with that. Oh.
Well, I thought my day was crazy.
For circumcision indeed is benefiting if you should be putting law into practice. Yet if you should be a transgressor of law, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. If the uncircumcision then should be maintaining the just requirements of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be reckoned for circumcision? And the uncircumcision, who by nature are discharging the law's demands, shall be judging you, who through letter and circumcision are a transgressor of law.
Man, I love these verses here as well. He gives 3 very, very important if-then statements to really humble up the Jew. And the knowledgeable Jew would probably be paying attention at this point, and that's why he gets the objections started in chapter 3. But the fact that this should be obvious to the Jewish person. Circumcision is benefiting if you should be putting law into practice. Any Jew will walk right into that and be like, yeah, that's true. Because it is. The Mount Sinai covenant forced this. It said, yeah, follow all of my commands and then you will be my people.
Do you have any input on why because this is one of the words that I haven't actually checked every place, so maybe they have a thought on the matter that I'm not aware of, but either way, their concordance uses praso. Why do they use why do they have practice here? But because a lot of they'll use the word committing as well for the word praso, and it sometimes like if you go up to verse 3, that you are committing or something.
And at the beginning of chapter 2. Yeah.
Word, just in different forms.
Practicing such things. I guess it's English idiom. That's all.
Yeah, it might have more of a.
I like that you pointed it out.
It's kind of probably stuck between the kick of committing and practicing. like it's probably somewhere in the middle of like the kit. You know what I mean? Like as a word, like because like we think
Yeah.
of practicing, and we might have like a more dramatic effect to it. Maybe I don't know.
Let me see, because I do see the context. I mean, sorry, the context. Well, yeah, that's different, but at the same time,
The only
I
thing
mean the
different, I
inflection.
think, is the passive and what I think if I remember, the one we just looked at was like passive, and the other one was I don't know what verse was it.
For verse 3, it's in the accusative. It's plural, and it's active. Sorry, no, that's not true. Looking at it wrong.
No, I was talking about the
Putting,
yeah. It's a participle. It's
yeah. Participle. I couldn't remember the freaking
yeah. It's like when a
what.
noun acts as a
Yeah, but here
noun
it's
acts like
different. I think
a
this
noun
is
and a verb at the same. Like so, it's definitely really like one of the things you can know about like participles as far as this goes. Like one of the really useful things to know about it is when it has an article in front of it. Typically, it's like extremely clear. Like you'll see like often like you'll have like a article in front of it of a participle. Like you'll have like the idea of the one believing, right? You know, if you just kind of think of it, like what it's really speaking of is just, it's like, you know, in this case, what was it, verse 3? Those committing, see, those committing. If you put those and the committing part together, yeah, in fact, it does have this has an article, in fact.
yeah. I see it.
Those committing, you know, like you're saying, the ones who are committing, like if you connect those ideas, right? A weird thing about this particular one is it manages to I mean, this is a really weird one. It has 3 articles in front of it, but that's because it says the one as well. You have the one judging, which is a participle as far as I can tell, and then you have the ones, the twos there, and
Yeah,
that's
and
just
such. Yeah.
it's connected to another group of people.
Here,
The
I could even.
that the TAs probably like how would I put it together? I would say, you know, the TA is connected to the weirdly connected to the practicing as far as I can tell, even though it has something stuck in the middle. But
Yeah, if you give me a second, I can show the audience what you're saying so that
yeah, that would
you're not sounding
help.
cracked out on Greek language and
Twinkies.
Yeah.
Twinkies. So
Here,
what he's
wait, I can
saying
pull it
is
up.
he's pointing at this word practicing, and he's saying, look, there's 3 different particles in front of it: the, ones, the, and such.
Yeah,
There's
I think the
one.
such is referring. Wait, 1 second. Can you zoom in or wait? I can make it full screen. Yeah, I mean, can you zoom in though? Like, cut off the CLV on the side because it's hard to. You have the CLV up twice and it's kind of shrinking everything. You can hit the little X on the CLV on the yeah, like that. Yeah, you see, you got yet you're reckoning, and you know when you have the word yet, the reason yet and a lot of words like that, or not all but there's like yet you'll put it in it's post positive. I'm talking about the front of the sentence right now. You can't begin a sentence in Greek with and you can't, I shouldn't say a sentence, not it's only a sentence. You can't begin a clause with that word. So it will end up being
Yeah.
kicked ahead, usually just one space. But sometimes you'll have it 2 spaces, particularly examples that are often the case. Like if you have the word not, like if you wanted to say you are not reckoning, you would put not, you are reckoning, and then you would put yet. But then you would end up moving the word yet over 2 spaces. But it's always going to be moved to the left either way. And as far as, you know, how would we would say it. But it's the same concept. It's just they can't have that word at the beginning of a clause. So you'd say, yeah, you're reckoning this and that's just like the idea, like human, right? There's a vocative there, and human. I think that's what it's pointing out with why I put an exclamation point. The one judging, see the one judging there, that's a participle. The one judging, and often you'll have like an article in front of it. See the one, so the word the there, you put the o, hover for them. The word next to it, left. The omicron. Sorry, the left, like not the right, the left. The left. Move your mouse to the left. I don't know if it's centered wrong. You might have it centered wrong. You see the word the next to it? Yeah. Hover over the. Is it centered wrong? No, the left. You're going to the right. Yeah. The one judging. This is like what's happening here is the word the is trying like you can do it sometimes without, but it's trying to get at the fact we're speaking of. Like the word the here is acting more as like think of this as a noun, like this whole phrase, the one judging. So if you imagine like parentheses around this, like, and understand that the one judging is actually a noun, even though it is a verb, it's a participle, it's a noun, but it's like a verb, right? Like the one judging, like it's describing a person as the one judging, and then the ones, and that's trying to get back at the group that they're judging, right? You're judging the ones, and then you have the plural on the next word, the, and that's kind of connect. This is like a really strange sentence, but that's connected to. Sometimes you can have, typically you're going to see the article right in front of the word, but in some conditions you'll have it broken up some, and rarely, but this is one of them. The there, the plural the, I would, it's connected to the practicing, as far as I can tell. I would. Yeah, it's definitely connected to the practicing. I don't see what else it could make sense of. So what happened? Yeah, the TA is connected to practicing, even though it, typically you would think that it would go right in front, but it's just the way it is. So if you connect the TA to the practicing, you have another similar idea to the one judging and the one practicing. And then you have the word such as, the ones. So kind of, I think a way to think about this in English is if you moved you put the word practice. I feel like what he's doing is you put the word practicing into the very article TA. So it's acting as like a noun in a way, in that way. So here, let me pull it up on my screen because I have to be able to move my mouse to kind of say what I'm saying.
Well, I do want to stay a little on topic here, Justin. So if you arrive at what your point is, we'll go back.
Yeah. I forgot what we were talking about. I guess my point was that it's useful. Like he's talking about a person, right? Like the one judging, the one practicing. Like it's a person. It's if you connect it all together, like in your mind, it's kind of what's going on. Anyway, sorry, I forgot what I was even talking about.
For circumcision, indeed, is benefiting if you should be putting law into practice. Yet, if you should be a transgressor of law, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. How's that for metaphors and figures of speech?
I mean, it probably pisses off the Jew something fierce, because for them to go from circumcision to be considered uncircumcision, especially in light of even a small passage like the Canaanite woman that we saw earlier, it's like, oh, you're essentially equating my grand circumcision to to what I would consider a dog.
Yeah.
Let me check something here. Yeah.
This is a smack to the pride because the definite article is in front of circumcision. The circumcision has become uncircumcision.
Mm. Yeah, and it seems like it's talking about like the distinction between the. Now that you mention that, that's great because this is talking about the group, and this is talking about the individual act.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the word uncircumcision, like this is, it's, isn't it saying like acrobe? I'm pretty sure this is like saying like a Jacobtarian, like, you know what I mean, like not of Jacob. Is that what isn't that what the letters are saying? I don't know, because it's AKROBYCTN. So it looks like the letters are saying that is the idea of like not of Jacob, right? I'm not just thinking that in my mind, am I? Because I'm pretty sure the word Jacob, I don't know.
If the uncircumcision then should be maintaining the just requirements of the law, shall not the uncircumcision be reckoned into circumcision?
Yeah, you'd be part of the group. You'd be part of the gang if you followed the law. It wasn't about the literal physical external action of snipping the tip of your pee-pee off. It was actually about fulfilling this.
The just requirements of the law. And the uncircumcision, who by nature are discharging the law's demands, shall be judging you, who through letter and circumcision are a transgressor of law.
Oops.
Yeah. For not that which is apparent, appearance is everything, reality is nothing. For not that which is apparent is the Jew, nor yet that which is apparent in flesh is circumcision, but that which is hidden is the Jew, and circumcision is of the heart, in spirit, not in letter, whose applause is not of men, but of God.
Man. So this is one of those verses that I'm sure the preterist is thrown at you. We have a spiritual Israel. That's what they're getting out of this, and I don't know how, beyond changing things
I think
into what they're not.
I'll be right back.
But the circumcision is of the heart, and this was Jewish. This was still given to the Jews within their law and their blessings and their prerogatives, as Paul will affirm in just a couple short verses. It is not solely about the external rite, which doesn't have value apart from the faith which it represents. So you cannot assume that your physical fleshy value has anything. It's all about the circumcision of the heart, the seat of your moral and emotional sense in spirit. It is not about the physical. And only that receives applause of God.
And check it out in 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 5.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. One day all will have applause from God.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All will eventually be able to enjoy in spirit. They're not going to have the blessings of the Jew, but they will eventually receive applause from God.
Okay, scroll down just a little bit. Scroll back down. No, up. Scroll back up to the word apparent and click on apparent. Now, do you know what the Prince of Wales, a bald-headed man, an orphan, and a gorilla have in common?
They all are apparent?
Yes, I do know. No, I don't.
Well, one of them is the heir apparent, and the other one has no parent, and another one has a hairy parent, and the bald-headed man has no hair apparent.
Oh, that was so funny. You got us there.
You know,
Comedy.
I read that joke in Mary Chestnut's diary. She was a Civil War officer's wife. So that joke is 150 years old.
150 years old. It felt like it. So there you go. It
Did
felt
you hear
like
it
it.
directly from them?
You're funny.
This is the first time we saw a parent. Back in verse 19 of Romans 1. That which is known of God is apparent among them. For God manifests it to them. To whom? To those retaining the truth in injustice. That is, to all men.
Hey,
And now,
imperceptible, even though obviously I would assume not going to be the same word. Similar idea. Imperceptible power, but also apparent. Ooh.
For not that which is apparent is the Jew. Let's go back down a little bit. Nor yet that which is apparent in flesh is circumcision, but that which is hidden is the Jew. And circumcision is of the heart, in spirit, not in letter, whose applause is not of men, but of God. What then is the prerogative of the Jew, or what the benefit of circumcision? Much in every manner. For first, indeed, that they were entrusted with the oracles of God. But what if some disbelieve? Ha! Will not their unbelief nullify the faithfulness of God? Oh, may it not be coming to that. Now let God be true, yet every man a liar, even as it is written, that so thou shouldst be justified in thy sayings and shalt be conquering when thou art being judged.
so there's so much, but from this point on, he deals with the objections of the Jew. The Jew is not happy. The Jew is not happy that he just got called out on full blast. He had been presupposing that he was exempt from the indignation and judgment on account of his Jewhood. He was thinking, I get away. I don't have to worry about these. Even after being emphatically called out, defenseless are you. He was humbled up here. So he says, okay, well, what does it matter? Why 8 days into my life am I getting the tip of my pee-pee cut off? What's my excess? Aren't I special? He directs the conversation to himself. And logically, going off of verses 28 and 29 alone, the answer would be nothing. So Paul shockingly says the opposite. The word entrusted here is faith, enfeithed. In the Greek, there's a prefix, but its root is piston, faith. For first, indeed, they were enfeithed with the oracles of God. This is the true import of the heart circumcision, the faith, because the circumcision that they received was a pledge, a seal of that faith. And in these oracles, God promises things that the true Jew would believe, namely that he will rouse them up on account of their faith, write the law in their hearts, and make it so that they will be able to follow the law when the millennial kingdom comes about. This is Jeremiah 31:33. This is also in Ezekiel 36, where this is documented. The oracles include all of divine revelation. So yes, they very much, of course, in every manner, they are given this benefit It's not just that God had them write it. It's that God gave them these promises, their sonship. And Paul even gets into it in Romans 9, start of Romans 9. He lists a whole bunch of them, the covenants, the promises, the sonship. This is all theirs. And this will be theirs. This is through faith, though. It's not through the fleshy distinction. The fleshy distinction is, again, it's just a sign. It's not the cause of anything. So then, of course, the Jew retorts, what if people disbelieve? So does JG. JG has said this. Of course, may it not be coming to that. This idea is so abhorrent to Paul. So he gives an example. The faithfulness of God does not deny the reality of the blessings he promises, and he quotes the experience that David has with Bathsheba, and how he put her husband Uriah on the forefront of a war and left him there to die. He pulled out all of the other men and left Uriah there to fall. And he said in his heart, oh yes, I get away with this, and my infidelity will not, or her infidelity as well, will not go unnoticed, or will not be noticed. So he, of course, is exposed, and he is exposed to God's indignation in that moment. He is also judged in that moment. He said he was expecting the millennial kingdom to come about right around that time. So for him to be told by God instead in 2 Samuel, I believe it's 16, chapter 16, that no, the war is not going to end with your house for the eon, David. And I'm also going to take the life of the one that you think you're going to have, because he got Bathsheba pregnant. He said, I'm not going to let you bastardize the lineage like this. We're not doing that. And the goal with David was not, oh man, I screwed up, I'm deserving of death, and so I should be put to death and screw everything. Instead, he rejoices in this psalm and says, no, it's my wrongs commend your right. My wrongs here have progressed the plot for you. You're justified in your sayings when my wrongs are exposed. Thus, the necessity for judgment is conveyed without sacrificing the faithfulness of God. The faithfulness of God remains. He will enforce his blessings in both regards. He shall be conquering when he is being judged. And he can be judged by anybody, but he will remain faithful. It's his job. So the objective.
Wait, where is the being judged part?
At the end of verse 4, Romans 3.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the fact that it's kind of both ways, and what usually conquering, no art being judged. Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that, and not surprisingly, the middle voice is used. I don't know if that has any. I just thought of it, but according to the rest of the chapter, it seems that God is judging himself too. That it talks about he passed over the penalties previously committed because of his faith in Christ. Same chapter, right? You see what I'm saying though? Like
yeah. It's all pointing toward the evangel. Yeah.
Right. According to Christianity, that Jesus Christ's faith not actually doing anything, it makes God unjust, according to Paul. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to get there. There's 20 more verses and you're there.
Now, if our injustice is commending God's righteousness, what shall we declare? Not that God, who is bringing on indignation, is unjust. As a man, I'm saying it. May it not be coming to that. Else how shall God be judging the world? Yet if the
That's
truth of
so
God is
perfect.
superabounding in my life for his glory, why am I also being still judged as a sinner? And why not say, according as some are saying, calumniating, according as we are calumniated, and according as some are averring that we are saying, we should be doing evil that good may be coming? Whose judgment is fair?
Dang, you sound like what's her name from the Brady Bunch there? Uh, shoot, you could pick any of them. I was thinking of the lady. I think her name was Alice.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. Our injustice commends. It doesn't just contrast God's righteousness, even though that's true. It commends it. It actively brings one to a real reason why God's righteousness should be appreciated. And so, of course, there's a purpose, and the objector doesn't like that. And this is their Hail Mary before getting into the evangel itself. Well, if there's a purpose to the injustice, then why am I going to be judged as a sinner? And the answer is that
Wait.
why?
Describe what you're
What?
saying on verse 5 about the commends.
Yes, our injustice actively commends God's righteousness. Take the example with David. It was only because he screwed up that he could come to appreciate God's righteousness and make this statement in Psalms. It is only because he has failed.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're seeing. I guess that I've always thought of this like, now if our injustice is commending God's righteousness, what shall we declare? Not that God who is bringing on indignation is unjust.
Right, because
I guess
the argument from the Jewish objector here would be, okay, you're saying that that our injustice commends God's righteousness. So are you saying that God is unjust? Are you saying that he's unjust then because he's making our injustices happen in order to make sure that we're considered, or so in order to show that he is righteous?
You're right. I haven't thought about it like that. Thank you. I was thinking about it like probably because of my Christian past. It probably did some misunderstanding here. I had thought about it like if our injustice was standing together with God's righteousness in regard to, like, as if he was making a joke about, like, the people who say, oh, you got to believe, or you got to do this, you got to do that. But I think he might be talking about God's deity is what you're saying.
Yeah, his ability to use evil for good. And it's so abhorrent to him that he even says, as a man, I'm saying it, like someone who forgets the difference between himself and God. To put God and unjust in the same idea is or same thought there. Pisses him off, clearly. May not be coming to that again. But then he clarifies, and it's like,
I don't want to forget this. Now, if our injustice is commending God's righteousness, what shall we declare? Not that God who is bringing on indignation is unjust. So I guess he's taking, I guess, but by the nature of what question by the nature of how he answers after, it seems like it's another Romans 9.
it's looking toward that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like a very similar thing to Romans 9, where the protests, not exactly his pinpoint maybe, but it's kind of similar.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. I mean, Dean Huff says the same thing too. He points out that like these objections, they start everything, and then Paul he doesn't really like deal with the underlying objections. The underlying objection is that the human being wants to make himself he wants to make God in his debt. He wants to reverse the role so that he is not the debtor, but God is indebted to him for his good action. So he's trying to make it so subverted in that regard. So he always, every time he turns the objection, he always turns it back to the human being.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think I was reading it as almost as if it said, "If our justice is commending." Like, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
our
right.
injustice.
Like if you thought about it, like if our justice is commending, it might give the idea of like someone say, "Oh, I," kind of what Romans 4 addresses, right?
Yeah.
Adding something, doing something, do actions. But I didn't really think about it too deeply as much as I have the.
So, Stephen, to show you how brainwashed we are coming out of Christianity, I've had Jill read this passage on 2 different occasions. And on both occasions, he could not see the word commending. Instead, he read it as condemning. Now, if our injustice is condemning God's righteousness, I had to say, wait, back up, read that word again. And he still didn't understand it because he's very steeped in regular old Christianity.
Wow.
And Justin was just saying he's still steeped in regular old Christianity to not see that the word is injustice, not justice.
Yeah.
It takes a while to unlearn your crap to relearn what the scriptures actually say.
It is okay. Like it is okay to be wrong. It is necessary to be wrong. I love being wrong. I've found over the course of my life, I fucking love being wrong. Not that I want to stay wrong, but when I'm shown I'm wrong, it might not automatically feel good, but I love it. I love being shown the error.
Sometimes it does feel good because I don't know when you get to the point, like I think to say we're at, it gets kind of boring hearing the same Jills and Tim Theos that have nothing, not that they have nothing in life at all to tell you, but in general, like they're so busy complaining in the side chat that it's like
on matters of God.
It's just, can't you give me anything like valuable to learn that's not just you complaining? I don't know.
Yeah. No, I get you. You said that to me, I think, the other day, too. You had said you were getting bored. And I get it. I really do, man. Like, this...
Yeah, like, with the fact that it's hard to find enough people who, you get to a point and it's like, like looking for someone to learn something from, like, and there's a lot of nonsense out there that you end up, it's really hard to find someone to learn valuable things about almost anything because you'll spend more time just finding someone who has the wisdom to give than, you know what I mean? Like, think about it. I was in Christianity for a decade and I never heard of the Concordant Publishing Concern. I heard of every Greek text except the Concordant text. I heard of every interlinear except that one. I heard of it, all the study tools except theirs. You see what I'm saying? Why is it that it took me 10 years just to find someone to introduce me to it? Like, because there's so much junk out there and people promote junk too. Like I don't know how, but I guess because people are just naturally brain rotted. I don't know, but like how can the works they did that are so good just go under the radar that bad? It's insane.
No, the whole system is designed to stunt your growth spiritually, sometimes physically, waste your time, and confuse you, and leave you in a bunch of schools of thought, but not any resolution to them. And you do that, and you got a JG on your hands.
Is particularly about us, and by us I mean like people, any of us that are believing in stuff. It seems to me that, and I'm trying to be fair in regard to, am I just saying this because I agree? I mean, I don't think I am. It seems to me that in general, like the patterns of thinking in this people is just way more fair than any pattern of thinking I see in any other subject. Like,
Yeah.
you look in
And thought provoking.
and people just talk in just they just throw things out there, and it's almost, you know what I mean? Like, there's no
Yeah. Like Greg. Where's Greg?
there's
And
so
so
little
forth.
substance to some things people say, and it's just, this, everyone knows this and this, and it just, no matter what subject it is, it just feels like a lot of garbage is taken as fact, and no one thinks to question anything.
Now, if our injustice is commending God's righteousness, what shall we declare? Not that God, who is bringing on indignation, is unjust. As a man, I am saying it. May I not be coming to that? Else how shall God be judging the world? Yet
Yeah.
if the truth of God superabounds in my life for his glory, why am I also still being judged as a sinner? And why not say, according as some are saying, are calumniating, and according as some are averring, that we are saying that we should be doing evil, that good may be coming? Whose judgment is fair?
I gotta say, both times Paul responds with God judging the world. I mean, the simple argument from him is, look, there's the reality here that if you're going to say that you shouldn't be punished, if your aim is to exempt yourself from judgment, then God really can't judge anybody simply because he uses the injustice. And then no correction is made and no growth occurs for anybody because God's not judging anyone. So everyone remains in this state of injustice. Is that what we want? And of course, the Jewish objector can't pursue that line of questioning, but must let Paul press on in his point because, of course, no rational individual wants that. And when confronted with it, will shy away from it, especially the pious. So, yeah, that's why we get forced really into the argument that Paul makes in Romans, the middle part, the 3:9 through 20. And that really takes us here. Once again, it's the same idea. There are people that strawman us. Why don't we persist in sin so that grace should be increasing? But that's not how it works, because the evil has a specific temporary nature to it. It is a means to an end that is specifically an end. And this is to show the judgment of God is fair. He will end injustice. He will make all things new, and he can't make all things new if he hasn't yet judged. So critical.
What then? Are we privileged? Undoubtedly not. For we previously charged both Jews and Greeks to be all under sin, according as it is written. Not one is just, not even one. Not one is understanding. Not one is seeking out God.
Beautiful.
All avoid him. And at the same time, they were useless. Not one is doing kindness. There's not even one. A sepulchre opened is their throat. With their tongues they defraud. The venom of asps is under their lips, whose mouth with imprecation and bitterness is crammed. Sharp are their feet to shed blood. Bruises and wretchedness are in their ways, and the way of peace they do not know. There is no fear of God in front of their eyes.
Wow. So it breaks it into two categories, broadly speaking. The voice, the things we say, the words we say, and the actions we take, both completely commend God's righteousness, for he has opposite goals. Under both, he speaks holy words, words that are pure, and he does not seek wretchedness, and he has, of course, an exact opposite, the way of peace.
You know, when you think about God, the holy words, that's actually kind of cool in the sense of like, obviously, you're speaking the word separated, and I definitely, when you just think of holy, like in the sense you might think of in English usage, where you're thinking of something that's like, special or shiny or something. You know what I mean? Like, but when you say separate, like separated words, that's definitely has more value to it. Like, because like I said, to Ace, and I said this to someone on the phone recently. God wasn't writing a text message drunk at 3 a.m. Like there's actually like something separated about the carefulness. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what a great line.
Because you don't even have to be drunk at 3 a.m. and text messages are just always sloppy.
I totally agree. Yeah, he didn't write sloppily. He refined his words. We know the verses plenty of times. What was it?
Yeah,
7?
and if anyone would know how to speak to his audience, you'd think it would be, the placer.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Yeah, and the reason people discount him is because there's no fear. They don't fear him. I think I've said this before to you, Ace, but I read Dune, and one of my favorite lines upon reflecting on it was from Paul in the book. He says that the power to completely destroy a thing is absolute control over it. People don't respect this about God. At any point, he could cause the sun to implode. And we've got 8 minutes at that point, and it's over.
But here's a weird question. Like, speaking of fear, in some ways, they judge rightly to not fear.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, there's fear. Some people, there's so much fear. There's not anything but fear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It's
This is used more in like a respect.
Yeah, I was
the
thinking
figure of
about that, but
autonomy.
I'm not sure if we're speaking of reverence. I'm not sure. Are we?
I do
The
believe
word is
so.
coming from the English word phobia, but maybe there's
But fear here it when it's used, I mean, it's used a number of times in relation to God and Christ. It's not like it's used later in Romans 8 in a different sense as well, where it says we don't get slavery sonship to fear again. But either way, it's designed in this case to show you have no respect for God, and that rounds out the thought that Paul is making, that he started with in Romans 1:18, in proving the necessity for the evangel. They're disrespectful, and they do not respect, or sorry, they are disrespectful and completely unrighteous. They prefer the opposite, dare to judge on that premise, and cannot. They have no ability to respect the one who is judging. And I mean, man, it's even worse here in in the college town, because it's like nobody's paying attention to this. We've got like 5 or 6 people tops we visit like once a week, and
Yeah,
nobody talks about it.
I'm trying to think of like where's the right, because like it is the word fear, but it also like what does fear mean? I'm just trying to. Like, it's not. I don't think it's definitely not the word afraid, but it's not. It's like it's almost like somewhere stuck between the idea of reverence and some kind of like negative emotion, maybe that kind of not necessarily negative, but like uh I don't know, maybe by like usage a lot of time when someone fears something, it's because they are aware they have power. Like someone fears the threat of death by the police or something, or the state, or fears what they can do. And I guess, there's kind of like an overlap between like a respect and
Oh,
fear.
he says when it's passive, it's to be afraid.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, we'll put it's kind of cut off on.
An emotion excited by impending evil.
Oh, that'd be a interesting way of saying, like, not necessarily like an emotion excited by impending evil.
I think that's a good definition.
Yeah, maybe like, yeah, but I guess where the idea of reverence, it's not reverence, but it's like fear maybe causes reverence sometimes. I don't know. It's just like a weird thought, like fear. They don't fear God. Fear of God. Like,
Yeah, they do not fear.
but in some ways,
They
it
do
makes
not have that reverence. I mean, look, when you've seen,
Well, I
you've seen
mean,
a
most of
few
us
like
have
good stories in terms of someone who is terrified of another individual will conform to what the other
Yeah.
individual is saying. So he's not saying like operate in a fear of me, but operate.
Yeah.
You don't have that conformity to me. The effectual thing that one would have under
Oh
this.
yeah.
It's a figure of metonymy that it's saying one thing, but it's representing the effect of that thing.
Right. Maybe like not necessarily that it's an active, like not that it's not necessarily something's going to happen, but maybe the idea of like being aware that God has any power in the first place. I don't. It's weird because no fear of God before there. I mean, I could see how like a lot of, I guess if you think about it, especially in line with a lot of our stories and definitely a lot of the Old Testament stories, but like a lot of and plus he's practically just built this off of a lot of stories or history lesson in the first 2 chapters, but like in some sense, I don't know about you. I'm pretty sure Ace, and I'm pretty sure I know I mean most of the beginning thought of God, even if wrong, started with some kind of like respectability, fear that the fact that I had no fucking idea about it. I don't know.
Well, don't be bored. There's plenty to learn. I'm telling you, bro, you'd love this book by George Rogers. It's
Yeah,
really,
I gotta find. I haven't looked it up, but I know you said it's scattered among unsearchable riches or something.
yeah, volumes 20 to 29. It goes through them.
Oh,
And they're
exactly
incredible.
those ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
It starts on page 20 of the PDF of volume 20. And then from there, you can use the index on each volume to be able to go back through and see which one. But yeah, it's great stuff. It's a great, it's dense, but it's a great introductory to a lot of the concordant material overall. I think either that or the problem of evil are great at that.
Yeah, there's a lot of verses I haven't thought as much about because being new to actually just taking verses as they say and not just twisting like, oh no, they're Christian. But
I think
like
it's
some of the
great that we do this.
there's like this giant section in Romans 3. It's starting with the kind of fading, but I've between like the large section in the beginning, in the part where it's like from 18 to like 6 or something. Like I have a general idea of what it's talking about, but I haven't thought as much deeply as I have like about maybe 20 or 20 to 31 or 1 through 4, because those are like just heavy hitting, like how can I not think about them passages,
Yeah,
but there's a lot in between that like is definitely hasn't got enough thought yet, but I have like a general outline. Yeah, like there's a lot of like 19 to above, there's a lot of like the pointing out mankind and their condition, but
yeah. There's plenty of like great quotes even in here that I didn't even think about for a long while. Like the whole our injustice commends God's righteousness. Like I know the verse, but to see it in the context and having dwelled on Romans for like a year now, it's so beautiful. Like and what it accomplishes the exact thing that it needs to, and you can tell that it does because most of Christianity does not have the integrity to acknowledge it.
yeah, that's actually the weirdest thing. Oh, go ahead.
Shh. Now, now we are aware that whatever the law is saying, it's speaking to those under the law, that every mouth may be barred, and the entire world may become subject to the just verdict of God, because by works of law no flesh at all shall be justified in his sight. For through law is the recognition of sin.
So Martin has called this the end of a symphony, the end of the great silencing of the human race. God used those under the law as an example so that everyone will shut up and become subject to his righteous effects, which he himself says, Mr. Monty Burns, he gives the effect of his righteousness in the evangel that he himself provides. And he does this from Romans 3:21 to Romans 8:30. And it's smack dab in the middle of it, he very clearly and expressly says that all mankind shall be justified not by flesh or by works of law, but on the basis of Christ's faith alone. It is on the basis of Christ's faith alone. That is so important. So if you're going to sit there and say, oh, well, it's about people obeying, well, then you, friend, should be looking back at Romans 1 through 3, which completely condemns the human race and points out that it is impossible for them to obey under their master of injustice. They recognize sin through this law. It is not meant for them to achieve it, the law.
It's hard for me to take some of them seriously because in a lot of the cases, and like even you look at Jesus' ministry and stuff where he speaks in parables and this and that so that they wouldn't understand lest they be saved. But like, how can, like, we're not even speaking in parables. We're just read the words on the page. Like, how are these because one thing that I read an article by Costin, and I thought it was interesting the approach he took to something where he talked about it. He talked about blindness in a different sense of thinking, and kind of along those lines as well. Of like circumstances just making them unable to sit through it, but these people are sitting through it and just plain just saying, no, actually it's this. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of blindness is just ignorance and not having, and not God not placing you into the right circumstance. But these people are sitting through hour after hour claiming to believe the scriptures, but yet they keep giving objections. Like the other day, Monty Burns was telling us that John was, because evil, there's no darkness or something, was somehow going, it was a full house, and Isaiah 46 or whatever it is, I guess that's just like a pair. So the full house beats the pair. You see what I'm saying? Like, just throw the rest out. Like, because of his conjecture about John, that it somehow throws out that God created evil.
Somehow throws out God's creation of evil, somehow throws out the fact again of God explicitly saying that he wills that all mankind be saved and come to a realization of the truth. I'm actually shocked that Monty had the gall to say that God can't get what he desires. And I even asked him straight up, like, what verse tells us that, or what verse tells us that God will be denied that which he desires?
I mean, I would have told
he
you
didn't
that.
tell us.
I would have told you that when I was a Christian. I would have said he's bound by, if someone meets his promise of if they believe, or something stupid. You know, something like what Jack Smack would have said, just from an annihilationist perspective. Like, it's dumb.
Yeah, he just ignored me. What context denies God his just desires? Why would God allow unrighteous desires to prevail over his just desire to save all mankind and bring them to a realization of the truth? Who are any of us to say that he can't do this?
Yeah, but what about soul winning? What about soul?
Help! Hey Siri,
Hey,
remind me to
Siri.
go fuck myself.
Yeah.
She
Yet
said,
now, apart from law, a righteousness of God is manifest, being attested by the law and the prophets, yet a righteousness of God through Jesus Christ, dear faith, for all, and on all who are believing, for there is no distinction, for all sinned and are wanting of the glory of God, being justified.
holy shit. Ace, can you read that again, please?
Yet now, apart from law, a righteousness of God is manifest, being attested by the law and the prophets, yet a righteousness of God through Jesus Christ, dear faith, into all and on all who are believing, for there is no distinction, for all sinned and are wanting of the glory of God, being justified gratuitously in his grace.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There was a
Ace.
few verses that came to mind. Like, I was really like sick that day that I mentioned that stuff to you on the text, Ace,
Mhm.
and then you called me after. I was really sick because I took a allergy pill, and it was like expired like 15 years ago. And I thought
Sounds
I
about
had
right.
flu or something because I got in the, I got back to Texas or whatever, and I got on the plane, and you get to an airport and you think, well, I'm just sick because I was at the airport, right? But I'm like it feels like my throat's closing in, and I just eventually, like, I can't speak. I'm coughing. My grandma's like, "Are you okay? Okay." Like, just let me sleep. Because it was so much energy just to say anything. Well, the next morning I wake up, I'm feeling okay. I look at the bottle on that thing, and apparently not only was the allergy pill, which I saw was expired in like 2014. Expired, but the NyQuil apparently was also, which I took as a result of taking the allergy pill. I was saying, oh, I must have the flu. I was thinking, so I said, I'll find the NyQuil, but apparently that was also expired, probably severely. But my grandma just said, yeah, I threw it away. I saw it was expired. She didn't tell me when, but I don't know. I found 15 year. I found eye drops expired in 2010 in the drawer, so you never know. Anyway, that being said, I went and, I started walking down the street and past one church that hates me and wants nothing to do with me, another church, the Pentecostal church that I told that story of, and then I passed by the church of the preacher that told me I should have listened to him. And then I got to that corner where I used to condemn people to hell and scream. And I probably preached every hell verse out of the King James on that corner at least. And I decided to start preaching the actual evangel, despite having still a bad side effect from that. In fact, someone came to me while I was doing it, some lady, and she was asking me where like a motorcycle store was, and I don't know. And she said, "Oh my God, mitosis," or she said, I don't know what she said. She was saying I had like some breath disease or something. But I had taken poison, two doses of poison the former day, nearly died because of. I'm just, maybe I'm exaggerating, but it felt really, really like it just instantly like I was coughing and coughing and coughing, and I could barely breathe. It's like it felt like the air got knocked out of me. Well, yeah, she said she said some weird word that she's like, "Oh my God," and then I kept trying to help her, and I'm like looking down. She's like, "Oh my God." It was funny, but yeah, I kind of got sidetracked. The verses that came to my mind though to use, despite being poisoned, was 1 Corinthians 15:3-4 regarding death being death. 1 Corinthians 15:22, and that Christ is the first fruit of those who are sleeping, not the first fruit of Christianity. And verses that come after 22 to like 22 to 28 area, and this verse that there's no distinction whether you believe or not. Also 1 Timothy 4:10. But I felt like the no distinction whether you believe or not. I thought someone might pull over at some time and like give me a hard time, but no one heard anything. I guess thought I was just some crazy guy. Because I had people pull over when I was at Hellfire.
I would give you a hard time. I disagree.
Go ahead.
I don't.
There's no distinction in Jesus Christ. Faith is what I meant, whether you believe or not. But tell me what you're saying.
Well, the whole argument has been discussing the Jew and the Greek. He is answering to this last objection, and it brings him into the evangel. He's finishing this. There's no distinction between the two groups in flesh under this evangel. Because there's great difference between belief and unbelief. There are many passages that we can't even understand unless we acknowledge a distinction between the believer and the unbeliever. One who is set apart and has the sonship and is considered a son of God now. There's a big passage in 2 Corinthians 6 where what partnership does righteousness have with lawlessness? Does Christ have with Belial? And so on.
Let me ask you some questions. Is the position you take on this based on the variance, or is it based on this variant itself? Because
it's just taking into consideration the entire presentation of Paul's evangel. When he considers, there's plenty of distinctions here. He even gave the distinction at the start to all who are.
But slow down. Jesus Christ's faith for all and on all who are believing. What I'm saying is there no distinction in Jesus Christ's faith between the all and the all who are believing? Not that there's no distinction in
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
value.
There's no distinction, and that's why I went to there's no distinction between the Jew and the Greek, because those are the only two camps that Paul has really brought into the limelight on this discussion. So when he's talking about this, he's saying that it doesn't matter who you are. If you're a believer, there's no distinction between you and the other believer in regards to your standing with God. You're both considered righteous.
Are you reading this like for all and on all who are believing, like for and on all who are believing, or
If I were I don't know what you're asking me. I'm not arguing. This is fine. I'm talking about like there's no distinction among the believers. My righteousness and your righteousness are the same. We're given this righteousness. It's imparted to us. We're not. I don't have a greater righteousness than you. That doesn't make any sense. The Jewish objector doesn't understand that throughout the whole argument so far.
Let me give you something here, just to chew on. It was more difficult for me to chew on it originally because of the presence of a lot of variants here. You know, there's like 94 point something, 8.5 or something % of manuscripts that say for all and on all who are believing, and then there's, Sinaiticus, the editor that Knock had a lot of faith in for whatever reasons, and he writes about the beginning of the concordant text. He talks about S2, the second editor, which would also be subjected to the rest of them, and I guess S1 was a little more sloppy, and so then S2 comes along and is in contemporary with him, or so it's believed, and fixes a lot of the errors. And one of them that come up is this. And one of the reasons I would say that this variant is extremely likely is not just because, it drops out of some of the older manuscripts, but I can see why it would drop out. And that's exactly how you're quickly reading it here. I'm not saying that whether it's right or wrong, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's saying for and on all. I think he's distinguishing for all and on all who are believing, not like for all and not for all who are believing and on all who are believing. You see what I'm saying? The original all is its own idea, and the on all who are believing is its own idea.
Yeah, one is individual and the other is national.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I guess what I'm getting at in my mind, the no distinction, like this was like Ace. You remember when I called you about this, and my mind was fucking blown about this.
I love mind blowing verses.
Yeah, it because it was like one of the last things that like really stood out to me, because it was one of the harder passages to really look at. And for me, it was probably more difficult than it had to be, because I was aware of, like I was mentioning about the for all and not all, because the dropout likely occurs because of, like I said, this reading is in like 94.5 or something % manuscripts according to Wilbur Pickerington or whatever, but the likelihood that the reason I would see this drop out, I could see no reason to add it, especially considering most people don't even hear it when it's said. It's not even mentioned. It's thought of for all who are believing and on all who are believing, or for and on all who are believing. But yet, there would be no reason for someone to just insert this, but I could see why people would drop it out, because in their minds it's the exact same thing. For all who are believing and not all who are believing. They don't see a distinction between the groups, so they just see it as two prepositions being applied to the same group. But I don't feel like that fits the grammar. And I would say it definitely doesn't, but the problem that came up for me was the awareness that there is dropouts in some manuscripts, but when you really take it for what it's for the variant used here, if we just look at it, Jesus Christ's faith for all and on all who are believing. Like he could have said for and on. He could have said, for all who are believing, on all who are believing. But to me, the and is, it's kind of like when we say absent from the body and present with the Lord. They're two things, or for the solution and to be with the Lord. They're two, even if they are taken as a very similar concept in that one, but I mean, even if you applied it to the way the King James mistranslated the departure and to be with the Lord. And so in my mind, even though this was extremely hard to see at first, like are you hearing me saying, Stephen, so far?
Yeah, I'm wondering the point that you're getting at. I don't know what you're trying to
let me
say.
get at the point. Jesus Christ's faith for all, consider this everyone, and on all. What if we use the word everyone just to distinguish, because we say all in English, and sometimes we kind of miss, that he's talking about people here. For everyone and on everyone who is believing, for there is no distinction.
Yeah, it would be the for all would be the whole destination where the faith of Christ is going, and then the on all would be the present reality for believers.
Right. So why couldn't there be no for the for this reason? There is no distinction. Not that there's no distinction whether you believe or not, but rather that there's no distinction in Jesus Christ's faith between the all and the ones who are believing.
The problem with it is that there are many times where there are distinctions that are given.
No, I mean in regard to Jesus Christ's faith, in regard to what's
right. Yes, there are many times where there is great distinction made between the faith of someone of the faith of Christ and someone who's not of the faith of Christ. There are distinctions made all throughout Paul's evangel, all of Paul's letters that must be kept in mind for the time being. I mean, yeah, like the destination is that all would believe. There's no distinction there, I guess. Like everyone will eventually.
Listen to what it says.
There's a reality.
Talking about
there are blessings that are
God's
being
righteousness.
imparted to believers right now that are not going to be received for the eons by unbelieving masses.
Yeah, but think about it. That's not a distinction in regard to God's righteousness and Jesus Christ's faith for them. That's a distinction in regards to the plan of God. Like
I don't know, Justin. I don't know what you're trying to say. What are you saying?
How
what
about
is your argument?
what I'm saying is that Jesus Christ's faith is that there's no distinction. Is he's saying that I think he's getting at the fact that there's no distinction between the groups in regards to Jesus's faith, God's righteousness, and the effectiveness of them.
On that, I would say, how do you reconcile that with the statements where a large group of people will be dealing with the indignation of God, and the fact that Paul himself expressly says that there is no relationship between righteousness and lawlessness, no partnership between Christ and Belial, and more.
Well, because that's not the same subject. And at the end of the day, I would also
God's
say,
righteousness,
at least as far as I'm understanding,
God's righteousness contrasted with lawlessness is the same subject. Yes.
No. What I'm saying is that God's righteousness and Jesus Christ's faith are equally affecting both groups, whether or not there's different people having to go through different things. I'm not saying that there's people aren't going through different things, whether in this theon or another. But like in my mind, the no distinction, like you say, for there is no distinction, for all have sinned, wanting of the glory of God, being justified gratuitously in His grace through the deliverance which is in Christ Jesus, whom God has
Right,
purposed.
and not all
His
yet
glory
believe.
shall
That's
occur.
that's what I'm saying, Justin. I don't know what you're arguing. Like I don't know where you're going. I don't know how else to say that. I don't know what you're talking about here. I'm not arguing against the reality that Jesus Christ faith will inevitably be imparted to everybody. That's obvious, given this verse and many others. But there are great distinctions between believers and unbelievers at present, and that should be maintained. Not
Right. But
uh,
there's no
obscured.
distinction in regard. What I'm saying is there's no distinction in regard to Jesus Christ's faith for all and on all who are believing. Not that the believer is not having a different experience. Not that the all is not having a different. I mean, it's the all that are believing are subset of the all in the first place. But rather that the righteousness of God through Jesus Christ's faith. There's no distinction in in what's going on here. You see what I'm saying? Like it's equally met in both. I'm not saying about the person. I'm saying about there's no distinction in regard to focus on Jesus' faith for them and focus on the righteousness of God.
Right,
That
but the,
is where
the object is all in both cases. In the object being all isn't
we're all
Jesus
and
Christ's faith.
no,
That's
but
the thing. Jesus Christ's faith is the channel here, and like yeah, like it'll be imparted to everyone, but there's
right.
no
Jesus
there.
Christ's faith for all and Jesus Christ's faith on all. That's what I'm saying. Jesus Christ's faith is connected to both. So, the all for all and the Jesus Christ faith. Like if you think about it, like Jesus Christ faith for all and Jesus Christ's faith on all who are believing. That's what I think he's
Yeah,
distinguished.
but then that itself, we can't say that there's no distinction there when Paul just brought up that distinction. If there's no distinction, then he shouldn't say for all and on all at all. He would just say, hey, into all who are believing, for all sinned.
No. What I'm saying is he's getting at what I think he's wording here is to show that Jesus' faith is equally affecting in God's righteousness for both, whether you're part of a believer or part of a non-believer.
Right, but at that point, that takes us back to the main point, which is that it is unequally impacting people. You've been impacted by the faith of Christ, whereas others have not yet had this spirit imparted to them.
Right, yet. But that's what I'm saying, yet. But that's a very short-sighted view of things. You know what I'm saying?
No. This is very practical. The whole Romans is introductory and short-sighted. It's designed to start on the premise of all are condemned, and the main problem that he's been talking about throughout Romans 1 and 2 is that the Jew is at their worst thinking that they are above the uncircumcised, thinking that the uncircumcised are lesser by nature when they're not. And the reality is that there is no distinction between those two parties. In Christ's faith, there is no distinction between Jew and Greek, between slave or free, between male or female.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and that's where I originally thought of this, even though Ace kept saying this over and over again on his channel. And I was thinking exactly what you're thinking, but I guess the problem that I would rise up is there's no clarity here that he's saying there's no distinction between the Jew and the Greek.
No, it is. It's the context. The whole context is answering to the objection.
Have a problem with the fact that there's a part of the actual sentences or the same sentence it's in, there's a this. So I mean, whether you call it the same sentence, where is it again?
That's the thing. I mean, it would be
Or there's no
kind of
same sentence. It's
right. It would be pedantic to write a book and then have to constantly remind the reader what you're talking about.
Right, but the problem in this case, in my thought, is there is something that can instantly be addressed as a distinction, and that would be Jesus Christ's faith for all, and Jesus Christ's faith on all who are believing.
Yes, that's a great distinction. That is a complete distinction. You have life for the eons through Jesus Christ's faith, whereas other individuals do not have life for the eons for lack of obtaining Jesus Christ's faith at present. That is a major distinction. It's the difference between ruling and reigning with Christ and not ruling and reigning with Christ, which could not be a greater difference.
Can you show me that they haven't obtained Jesus Christ's faith? I don't think that's right. I think they have. They just aren't reaping the benefits. If you can show me I'm wrong, show me. But
it says not one is just. How can someone obtain Jesus Christ's faith and then still not believe? Faith, by definition, is to believe something. If they're not believing, they have not yet obtained that faith.
Well, no, but I'm talking about Jesus' faith, not faith in Jesus. I'm talking about how do you know?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Look, Justin, hang on, Justin. Look, we are talking about a religion that does not believe almost anything that Paul says at all. We can't look at that and then go, well, they have the faith of Christ, because they don't have the faith of Christ. They're not believing what Paul said.
By faith of Christ, you mean Jesus' faith, or?
Yes, Jesus Christ's faith is imparted to believers. For in the evangel, God's righteousness is being revealed out of faith into faith. It goes out of Christ's faith into your faith. That is the whole train that it continually goes under. So if it goes through, and if there's something missing here, if someone has not yet come to grips with the fact of what Paul says here, and I'm not talking about the discussion we're having, I'm talking about the fact that, of course, like verse 21 and 22 are true at all. Like, people haven't even come to recognize that it's Jesus Christ's faith, not even their own. If they don't understand that, though, how can they be said to be believing? How can they be said to be
They're not believing.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not believing, but what I'm saying is that the original all includes believers and unbelievers.
Yeah, it would be concerning the ultimate destination, because the destination of Christ's faith is all.
Right. So you agree with the first part, that's talking about everyone?
I can agree with it, sure, yeah.
And then the everyone who is believing, or on all who are believing, that's
is the present
all.
The present reality of it.
Right. So the for all, the into all, that's everyone.
Right.
And on all who are believing is on all who are believing, right?
The present, it's the distinction between the unbelieving mass and the believing mass. And that's why the distinction,
right.
The whole point
is distinction, and the preposition being used. There is a distinction there, but I guess
right. That's what I'm saying. The whole point is the distinction is meant to condemn the idea that you're superior in the flesh, that you have some greater advantage that someone else doesn't have because of a fleshy disposition or a fleshy state of a fleshy thing here. Because he's been coming at that for, again, the whole last 20 verses, completely in condemning the flesh, the arbitrary distinctions that the Jewish crew have supposed that they have. He even drew the distinction between that which is apparent is the Jew, is not the true Jew, whereas the one with the circumcision of the heart
comes up in my mind is like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also thinking like in my mind when it says for there's no distinction, I don't think he's talking about there's no distinction between the two groups. I think he's talking about there's no distinction in Jesus Christ and the righteousness of God being revealed, or what? Yeah, now a righteousness of God. The righteousness of God is manifest.
Yeah, we both have Jesus Christ's faith. We are both accounted completely righteous, regardless of our personal actions. Because of it, we are completely covered. Jesus Christ's faith doesn't fill gaps where my righteousness can't succeed. It completely overwhelms and completely encompasses me, the individual who was unrighteous. And
well, let me ask you this: is God's so? Like, I'm trying to look at this from like in my mind, like when, like if God puts someone through something, it's not because it's like a say vessel of dishonor or something. Like in my mind, it's part of the purpose and plan of God that it would even be beneficial to them, despite it being nasty in the present. You see what I mean? So when it says no distinction, I'm not saying that there's no, there's nothing to benefit from. But what I'm saying is, what I think he's saying is that God's righteousness is equally going to be revealed in both groups, and Jesus Christ's faith, which is for both groups.
That's the thing. The timing of it is what draws the distinction between the believer and the unbeliever. At the end of the story, if we're like,
in regard to
we gotta like zoom in. We have to zoom in right now. Hang on, Justin. We gotta zoom in. We can't jump to the all in all. Like that's a completely different letter, and 15 chapters into that completely different letter. This is speaking right now of presenting the evangel in the most basic and introductory way possible. This is speaking contextually. It has done nothing but condemn the flesh and the flesh's pious sense of superiority. There has never been a moment where, I mean, even to this point, it's been hinted at, it's been indirectly talked about, but the salvation of all has not yet been imposed to everyone. It is not.
Wouldn't it be a good time to impose it? He just talked about everyone. Why not say it now? Yet, apart from law, righteousness of God is manifest, being attested by the law and the prophets. Yet, God's righteousness through Jesus Christ's faith for everyone and on everyone who is believing.
I actually think those first two words pretty much clarify that we should be considering this for the present. Yet now. This should be considered for
so what is the distinction?
For reality at present.
Where there is no distinction,
you're not going into a building now where you're gonna believe a bunch of bullcrap about God burning people alive perpetually, about God giving everyone their own little free wills to be confused by, and that God is not actually God, but three different gods blended into one, or that you have some immortal soul. These are all completely major distinctions drawn between the believing group and the unbelieving group. The distinction cannot be talking about faith or belief at all, because there are distinctions that are drawn about.
There is. That's not what I'm saying. Let me. Can I bring my screen up just for half a second so I can show what I'm saying? Maybe if I just draw it, like on this notepad. Look, you have righteousness. I don't know if you can see it. Let's just make it clear. God's righteousness is manifest through, and then it kind of explains it in a way, law and blah blah blah. Yet God's righteousness through Jesus Christ's faith for all, and Jesus Christ. See, this Jesus Christ is connected to both of these, right? If you can just kind of visualize this, right?
But the preposition there matters. That's where this, like, we're talking. It's not just the word for all. It is into. The whole point is that it goes into all.
Fine.
But he
I-
doesn't give.
That's
He
a good
doesn't.
distinction because the next that what I mean not in regard to the word distinction, but what I'm saying and Jesus Christ's faith on all who are believing, and we know this is just a its own idea. For all who believe. Okay, now look, when it says for for of reason, right? Reason, the reason all. Sorry, for the reason there is no distinction. What I'm saying is, in my mind, he's talking about there's no distinction in this. The subject of the matter is the righteousness of God is manifested now, righteousness of God through Jesus Christ's faith. This is what he's talking about. There's no distinction on how this reacts on this and on this. I'm not saying that there's no.
That's the thing. There are complete distinctions between those things, Justin. We can't ignore the whole revelation.
Listen, do you understand? I'm not disagreeing with there's distinctions in what's going to happen. I'm saying there's no distinction in Jesus Christ's faith. I'm not saying in what's going to happen.
Yeah, but Jesus Christ's faith is a singular object. It would be irrational to say that there's no distinction between a singular object. Why would I say there's no distinction between myself and myself?
Jesus Christ's faith. Look, Jesus Christ's faith. It's acting on into all. Jesus Christ.
Right there. You just right there. No, Justin, you just said it. You just said it's Jesus Christ's faith. The action that follows that there is a specific effect that the impartation of the faith of Christ has. There is a clear and undeniable distinction between what the unbelieving mass receives, which is indignation and judgment for the day of judgment. Whereas we do not get that at all. We are spared of indignation. You know the verses. We're receiving the justification and conciliation. That gives us the right to rule. That gives us the ability to grow and be set apart to God. It gives us the freedom from the law. It brings us into the Spirit's law of life in Christ Jesus. It vivifies our mortal bodies long before anyone else. It enables us to be conformed to the image of His Son. These are complete and radical distinctions between the believer and the unbeliever.
I don't think they are. I think they're they're a distinction between the believer and the unbeliever. But I'm saying, is there a distinction in God's righteousness being revealed through Jesus Christ's faith for these groups? I think they're getting exactly what they're supposed to get. I'm not looking at it from our perspective. I'm looking at it from the perspective of God, that there's no distinction in what, his faith is just as much to the unbeliever as the believer. That doesn't mean there's no, that there's not going, that one's going to have an experience that another's going to have. It's not the subject that he's saying about is the Jesus Christ's faith, which is for all and all for believing.
That's not true. The object of discussion is the all and for all and all who sinned.
For all and on all who are believing. Yeah, but what? I don't understand. Where's the problem here? Do you think there's a distinction? And I mean, I'm not talking about the individual's experience. I'm talking about, do you not agree that the unbeliever is getting what he's supposed to get? Like that this is good for them. Whatever they're getting is actually good for them, even if it's an evil, God means it for good.
The unbeliever is going to get exactly what they need to receive in order to eventually be drawn in by God. We're on the same page on that. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying,
but you at least understand what I'm thinking. Like,
but that's the thing. The passage here, it cannot be drawing a distinct
Look, in my mind, I think what he's saying is that
Justin, but
God's
you're
saying
saying there's no distinction between the faithfulness of God between the believer and the unbeliever, but there's a complete distinction. He doesn't promise the blessings that he gives to the believer in Paul's evangel to
Yeah, but
everybody. He
again,
doesn't promise that to
you're
everyone.
looking at it in a view that, like, do you think they're supposed to get those things, or is God doing just right in
Nobody is
not
supposed to
giving?
get those things. Absolutely nobody is deserved of those
No,
things.
no,
That's
no.
that's
I'm
the
not talking
point.
about deserve it. I'm talking about, is this not the good thing to do for all and on all who are believing, whether they're the
Justin, there,
believers
there
or
are other
the
passages
unbelievers?
which talk about the eventual salvation of all. This passage just isn't one of those.
No, I'm not concerned about making it that. What I'm asking you is, it's not about forcing anything in here. I'm just asking, what I think he's distinguishing is not the two groups, as in the two, the all and the on all who are believing, but God's righteousness being revealed through the groups, through Jesus Christ's faith being revealed through the groups. On the first group, which God's righteousness through Jesus Christ's faith is acting on. Look, God's righteousness,
Right, but there is a distinction.
Jesus Christ's faith
Right,
for
Justin.
all,
But
then
there is
that's
a
the first
distinction
one.
between. There is a distinction, though. They're not receiving what you're receiving right now. There's a difference between the two. There's a complete distinction.
No, but focus your attention on what's actually going on here. This part. That it goes into all.
Yes, but again, this is a singular object. It is a singular object of God's righteousness. It is singular. It is not plural. What do you mean there's no distinction between God's righteousness and God's righteousness? That takes me back to what I'm saying. There's no way to say you're saying it's how God deals with both parties. There's no distinction between the righteous.
No. I'm saying I believe the same stuff you do, Stephen. I don't know why
I
you're
know, that's why I'm confused. Why are you telling me there's no distinction between believer and unbeliever?
No, I'm not saying they won't go through different things. I'm saying what I think the faith, the God's righteousness through Jesus Christ's faith. What I'm saying is, I think there this righteousness of God and this faith of Jesus are going to be that this faith is not like that they're supposed, whatever they go through is faithful. It's faithful for them to be judged. It's faithful for this. It's faithful for that. I'm not saying they won't experience there, or that we aren't experiencing something they won't, or I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying
That's
the only life. I'm saying
Justin, that's the thing. God is faithful regardless, but that's not what the passage itself is saying. The passage doesn't say there's no distinction between God's faithfulness here and God's faithfulness there. It's talking about the specific evangel of Paul, about being justified gratuitously in his grace. That's where the deliverance, which is in Christ Jesus, that has not yet come about for everybody. That simply hasn't happened yet. Yes,
Okay,
there's God is faithful in both.
because
that not everybody. Again, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about belief, are we not?
Yeah, but look, for all sin and are wanting of the glory of God, and justified gratuitously in His favor through the redemption.
Fuck yeah, the favor.
God has set forth Tory, I can't spell, shelter through faith in His blood to declare His righteousness, that He might be just and the justifier of the one who is out of Jesus' faith. There is boasting, it is excluded by what law, word, action? No. What law? No, but law of faith. There. By part of the word. Sorry,
There, I mean, even the conclusion to his argument here is concerning boasting. I mean, I just don't see how. I just don't see what the issue is,
what do
really.
you? What I'm saying is, who is out of Jesus' faith? You like in my mind when I read this part, Jesus' faith, I'm going back to like, okay, Jesus' faith is for all and on all who are believing, and that this gratuity is somehow justifying God, that is to declare his righteousness, that he might be just, and the justifier of the one who is out of Jesus' faith, not out of our own faith.
Right.
Where is boasting? You know? So
And
when
he
it says
will.
by faith, I'm thinking of Jesus' faith here, right?
Right, because none of our faith, like of our own accord, plays any merit. It's all about the faith of Christ, because there is no distinction. We all have sinned.
Right.
But I'm not saying, all I'm saying here is the distinction that is drawn between believer and unbeliever is due to the impartation of Jesus Christ's faith at present. Sure, there's no distinction between the justified and the unjustified in a sinful sense. We all sin, but there's no distinction in a sense that we're believing now and they're unbelieving. I mean, there's chapter after chapter, like giant chapters, which talk about distinctions drawn here. I mean, 1 Corinthians 15, the secret of the resurrection, recognizing our place being seated among the celestials. I mean,
right. But you
that's
kind of
like,
see if you like in my mind the distinction, the no distinction. I'm thinking he's talking about is not in regard to what we're going to have. In my mind, it's in regard to, let's say all are sin and one glory. I mean that all will they'll be justified gratuitously. And
I agree on that front. We're saying the same thing there. I'm saying there is a major distinction between believer and unbeliever.
well, yeah, there's a distinction between that. But when I think when he says this part, what I think he's focusing in on is not what they're going to have. It's in regard to that God is equally faithful, and even though it doesn't appear that way, by what one gets and one doesn't, another doesn't get it. In my mind, they were created to be just that way, and God meant it for good, and someone else thought evil of it. You see what I'm saying? Like in my mind, I'm thinking like about the evil that they're going to receive as part of that faith.
I mean, yeah, but again, the context is different. The faith that is being discussed here doesn't regard to the same talk. Again,
it's just a thought. I mean, I think we're talking about we're just for anyone that tuned in, I guess late. We're just discussing. I guess we're agree on everything here, but we're just discussing what the distinction, whether it's you're saying it's Jews and Greeks and
yeah, I mean that's part of it. The reality is that all sin, so it
right.
answers to
right, but you could see how that would answer to mine too. Is part of the problem, right? But then you could read on to, what's it say after out of faith.
That's
Or,
what
you
I'm
know,
asking, Justin. What is the problem? I don't know what the problem is. I haven't
No, we're not having a
made heads or
problem.
tails of it. I don't know. I haven't like. Look, we've read this passage. It's all it's saying. I don't think there's any major. I mean, there's major disagreements among the peanut gallery, but I don't see the issue here. I mean, Paul's whole argument
We're not
until
having
this
a
point
major
has been that the flesh
argument.
is completely. Now, I don't mean argument in like a combative sense. I mean in a logistical sense. But I don't know exactly like what you are getting at in regards to.
I guess what I'm getting at, what I think he's saying is that it's not that they won't experience different things, but I guess in my mind that God is what God puts them through is exactly what would be good for them, even though if it seems really.
Yeah, of course. I don't think that's what the distinction is talking about, but like, yeah, I mean, on
But you can
another
kind of
level,
see
on another
from what
conversation,
yeah.
sure, of course. Like, that's definitely true. We're all being given, like, we're all being given exactly the course progression that we need in order to come to a realization of this righteousness.
Jesus Christ's faith is for everyone and on everyone who's believing there, you're saying? You just think it's a different distinction in the second part.
Yeah, because of the prepositions. The into all would not limit anyone. And on all who are believing would be the practical present application of the evangel to the believer. I mean, again, that's just that is a critical distinction. That is the main distinction. There is major distinction between you and Jill, and you and the preterist, and you and
Right.
Jill. It's just not because of because you're physically or morally superior to them. It's because of what Christ's faith accomplished. So there's no distinction between sinners. You're as sinful as Jill is, you're as sinful as preterist is. You're no different in that regard, but you are completely different in regards to the present
Do you think there's a
application of the
if we
evangel.
just ask a different question, do you think there's a distinction when God is all in all? It's not based on this.
I mean, like personality wise, sure, but not. I like you're still Justin, or maybe whatever fucking like advanced form of word name that you'll have. I don't know, but
Right. But I meant like
you, but perfected. But yeah, no, there's no like greater or lesser. No.
Right. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, we dwell on this, but I'm glad we did because it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I think it was necessary avenue, which is always helpful. Yeah, I just love that it's apart from law. I love that it is completely apart from law. There is, you saw Monty in here earlier. It's all about the obedience. You gotta obey now. No, you don't. Who said that? Who said you have to obey? This is apart from law entirely. If you are obeying, it's because of the faith operating in you, not because you found it within yourself to obey.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard thing for someone to understand God operating all when they're. I mean, I'm pretty sure Monty was kind of Calvinist for a bit, but I think he dropped it because annihilation. Because it makes God like just confused, like like it doesn't really make. It just sounds really, like a really confused God. I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is. It's just so. I don't know. I feel like it'd be psychologically like damaging to really, truly believe that God is in complete control of everything, and then also believe that the God who's in control of everything has plans to eradicate most of that which he created, or perpetually burn most of that.
Yeah. And by the way, well, he rouses them just for the purpose of saying "ha ha"
Yeah.
before he does it. That was always a weird thing to me. And when I was Annihilation, it's like I would say like, "Oh, he is just giving them their day in court," whatever that means. But like,
Yeah.
it really just sounded like a big "ha ha." Like,
That's really all it is.
I was right, you're wrong, haha. Like, it's just stupid.
I mean I think that's the whole attitude of someone who's like, I'm going to heaven, you're all going to hell. It's the same attitude,
Yeah,
just in its own way. It's just disturbing.
yeah. I
every
guess the
time.
Annihilationist needs his own haha, because if they don't have the Great White Throne, where are they gonna get their haha? You know, because everyone's dead, right? So
Yeah.
they gotta get their moment of pleasure. You know, haha, I was right, you're wrong.
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah. Got him. Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, I don't know. I just never really like. I could at least, and I know this is gonna sound really bad, but at the very least, I could understand maybe like someone believing in the Trinity. As stupid as I think it is, when you're
It's not
first starting out,
psychologically damaging.
it's not. It's
Stupid.
not at all. It's just confusing. It's more like, oh my God, this is so confusing, and God's so freaking smart. So of course he can make all this happen, and God's God, and maybe we're just mystically not supposed to know or something. And like, fine, I think that's completely stupid. You are denying the evangel, but like, at least in an improper translation, you could really get away with it, because you look at the King James and it's like they got Holy Ghost running all over the place. They've got the "We Are One" verses. They got a mistranslation of John 1:1, which I think the concordant version has too. But either way, it's all like, at the very least, I could get that.
What
But
does the concordant version have wrong in John 1:1?
they don't distinguish between the two uses of God properly.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you mean the capital letters?
No, I mean, I can pull it up in a minute. But what I mean is the problem, the psychological contrast between that and believing God is a tormentor. Oh man, oh my goodness. Like, you're believing he's legitimately going to torture everybody. I mean, the kind of damage that has to have, and the ego that we've seen it gives someone like the Jills of the world. It's like, whoa.
Come to think of it, John 1:1, doesn't it have like two nominatives in the second? Like, it says the God was the Word, and then they're both nominative for some reason. What's that about? I haven't even really thought much about it.
Yeah, here, give me 5 seconds. We'll for the audience, we'll turn off the reading on Romans. It'd be really great to have Ace back. I know we were talking, so Ace is probably tired. He's only 236 years old, so there is that. But thanks, Ace, for coming in as per usual. It is a pleasure to have you on the channel. It's so fun. Much love. We'll change the topic here for a little bit. I've got maybe like 20 more minutes, something like that, and then I'd have to go myself. But thank you, and thank you to everyone who's joined in and has been chatting today. It's been very pleasant little evening. Hopefully a little more pleasant than the Tribe of Doubt's continual interruptions from their perspective. So, anyways, let me take that out there, and I'll share the other screen.
The word was. Could you say it like that? I don't know. That's kind of weird.
No, so they get two major things that they don't consider. I mean, they note it, but they don't.
Was God? I don't know.
No,
like,
it's
what's the whole thing about, like, do you see what I'm saying? The Theosin o Logos. Why is the second part nominative? It's really weird. Like if you can't,
Yeah.
if you connect the theos and logos, it fucks up the verbs. It doesn't help.
So the problem is the first use of God is not treated with the definite article in front of it. And it's, I think it
Well, it
is
has
all
the
the more
dot,
important that it is translated because of the fact that the accusative case is used for the first use of God. So there is a direct object that the word is toward. The word is toward another object. It cannot be the same object. That would be nonsense. Even if this was with, which it's not, but even if the pros was with for whatever reason, one word is toward the God, the other. It has to be that way. One is toward the other.
Word.
Then you consider the second use, and as you pointed out, it is nominative. This is because the word is explained. It is
By
a God. It is not the God.
Either your computer crash. Oof. Let's see. And archi in o logos ke o logos in proston theon ke theos in o logos. I mean, it's weird to do it that way. Like, it's not normal. Theos. That's why it's probably confused a lot of people. Word placer was. It feels like when you do, like it might just, I'm the only one here, but in archi in o logos ke o logos in proston theon ke theos in o logos. I think that's it's really weird. It doesn't, but is it trying to connect?
Sorry, my
original-
computer died.
Yeah, I figured. I tried to give some filler because I heard a little ding, and then you were gone. I heard the Windows noise.
Yeah, sorry, that was my fault. You can say what you wanted to say again. I just completely lost it.
Yeah, it's a really weird sentence. And
I think it's crystal clear. It can't really be easily conveyed in English. It's because the cases in Greek are far less interpretive than the English. The English,
right,
they'll try and make everything ambiguous.
Why is the what I don't understand is why is o logos in the last part not accusative?
Because the word is being called a God in the sentence, and Christ is a God. He is the only begotten God. John 1:18. He is considered to be the one subjecting all under his feet. That is the job of God.
That was the case. Why not make God accusative? Like,
because God and Christ are not the same.
No, but what I'm saying is you have two subjects here. You have God and the Word. Like in every other sentence that I can think of, practically you'd have either you have God was the Word. Was the Word, but
yeah, it doesn't matter which way you say it. That's the thing. The word God, the second use of God, is intentionally nominative because it's correlating itself to the subject. The word is a God. It's not an idea. It's not a proposal. It is the expression of the God, the accusative God.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what would be the difference between Theos in Theos in o logon or something? What why not make that accusative? What I don't
What do you mean?
Theos in ton logon or something like that. Why is the second part or what why is logos, even though it's being acted on, Theos, why is was you understand? Accusative, it would be what's the subject's acting on. So you say word what
Yeah, the
God
subject's acting.
was.
Whoa. Okay, let's rewind. Let's rewind, and we'll just in beginning was the saying. This is nominative, and the saying in the nominative
Here we go.
is acting upon the God. It is toward the God. This is the accusative. One
Alright.
cannot be toward itself
Here we go.
or even with itself unless you're going to tell me that God's word is up to human judgment, which I'm not saying you are, but the Trinitarians do. The saying is toward the God. This is the nominative, the subject, toward the direct object. Then the subject is called a God. That's why both the distinction between the cases, for, as you know, the suffix theon and theos, as well as the definite article placed in front of the first use of God, work together to clarify the necessary distinction between the two. One is the God, and the other is a God. One is subjecting all by the other.
In the beginning was the saying. The saying was in the beginning, you might say. Right? The saying was in the beginning, and the saying was toward the God, and God was the saying. God, that's good. God was the saying toward the God, and God was the saying. My God, this is confusing. But maybe say also, maybe that would help. Just to think about it different. Toward the God, and also God was the saying. Well, what are you saying it's teaching exactly?
That
In the
Christ
beginning,
is the expression of God and is subject to
the
his
word
Father.
was toward God.
Look, take
And
another let's put a pin on this. I'll show a different one.
are you saying the second part, and God was the word, is referring to Christ?
Yeah. Look,
In the subject?
yeah. Christ is the subject of the sentence, nominative. He is considered a God. He
Okay, I
is
see what you're saying.
said many times to be a God. It's just a word with a definition. And that was why I said let's pause for like just a brief second. I'll return right to it. It's the one that says he must be reigning until he should be placing all the enemies of him under the feet of him. He subjects all under his feet. This is the subject here is Christ, him subjecting all under his feet. He subjects, he acts like a God in the story. So when he is called a God at the beginning of John, it should not be surprising or
Yeah, that's not surprising. But I'm still trying to understand. In the beginning was the saying, and the saying was toward God. And you're saying, oh, so you're saying in the beginning was the saying, and the saying, or the word, was toward the placer, and a placer was the saying.
Yes.
That makes sense, but I'm still trying. Is the reason he, because there's still this weird thing where like typically if you say and a placer was the same, so maybe say placer the saying. Oh, I see.
So it's commenting on
Could you say it like this? Hear me out. Yeah, you're saying it's directly, like could you say yeah, like it's connected. Like in English, you might, to understand it better, put the was at the end of the sentence. The last was like a god. The saying was. Is that what you're saying?
not really.
That
I'm so are you asking like why I'm saying the concordant version it mistranslates it?
No. I'm trying to grasp why John would make the second part clause God was the word, and not use an accusative on what the, because they're
On
both,
the second use of God?
so the word and the second use of God are both subjects, and that's
Yeah.
extremely weird.
No, that's supposed to be. He's
If
calling
it's
them.
supposed to be, he's saying something, yeah. But what I'm getting at, and the way it's worded in English makes it sound like it's, it says right there, we can put the word a God was the word. I don't think that is really reflecting clarity. I get it's fine, but I get what I'm saying is like, then I look at the sentence and try to break it down in my mind in English, and I'm saying the subject is God, and it's saying that God was or is equated, is or was.
Well,
in
not quite. The subject is the word. The subject here is Christ.
Right, but I'm saying the second clause after the word and. A God, that's the subject.
These aren't referring to the same God.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm saying look at the second part after the word and, only that part. Because it has two nominatives. You see Theos and O Logos. Those are both nominative.
Yes, that's okay.
And usually
one is a figure for what the word really is, which is a subjector.
Right, that's what I'm saying is going to support what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand the grammar. Because
so
typically,
typically
if you wanted to say this, at least if you were to back translate what was written in English here, even if you added the word a just to make it clearer, right? A God was the word. Typically, what you think is God is the nominative, was is the verb, passive, middling kind of, or not really middle, sorry, active there, I would think. Yeah, active. God was, and acts is the word. You could even think about it in a middling sense in English, but you know what I mean? Like, but it really what it seems to be saying is the God, or a God, the word, he was. You said the God and the word, and they're the same subject. It's not that the verb is acting on the word. The verb is not acting on the word. The verb is. It's more like God.
The word God isn't acting on the word. They are the same.
That's what they are.
That's what I've been saying. That's the whole
that's the grammar. I was just trying to understand because like it is. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a weird. Like when you back translate this in English, it's hard to. Like I'm saying, practically no matter what translation you use, typically they're going to have it either the word was God or God was the word, but
Yeah, they
but
don't. They can't.
there's no clarity what's acting
Yeah,
on what, and that's probably one of the most like how are you going to translate it moments, right? Because like okay, I can shuffle the word in front of the word was, and that's probably what I would go with and make sure it's clear. Like maybe like you use a comma, God, a God, the word was. I don't know, like however you would do that in English, where you're making sure that they know that the God, or sorry, a God and the word are the same person.
yeah. That's why I say like there's no like proper translation of John 1:1 that has ever occurred, because the last clause in the verse is never really dealt with. It's
Uh-oh.
never translated.
That's really bad, isn't? I don't know about you, but that's really bad for the pre-existence crowd. I'm not gonna lie. Am I right? Or I mean,
Why
the
would that be bad?
non-pre-existence, the
I
non.
think that's a really good thing for the pre-existence of Christ. It
Yeah,
is
I meant
saying
the
in the
not. Sorry, I
beginning.
meant the non-pre-existence. I called them the pre-existence crowd because they talk about it all the time.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Yeah, it's been bad for him, but they haven't really dealt with this ever. So I haven't like I just kind of
It
gave
is
up on
kind
it
of a
a long
hard.
while back.
It would be hard. Like a lot of them aren't going to understand. It's part of the problem.
Yeah, but I also think
But
that
you are
like
right in regards to what that's what I see. I don't see how if the word was, then
yeah, like I think don't get me
God.
wrong, like
How?
there's an absolute perspective here and then there's a relative perspective here in regards to that, which I think the absolute is obviously like there's not they're clearly not like meant to understand like the point that we're talking about right now, which is fine. But in the relative, that might explain God's perspective and what he's doing. It doesn't explain why the person who is not understanding is not trying to learn. It explains God's perspective. It doesn't explain theirs. And to this day, I like never once have gotten legitimate conversation on these points. It's almost as if like there's a plague going on. Like there's intentional. Like let's not talk about
Yeah,
this
and
and
you
let's
know
pretend we never talked
it's
about it.
also creates. It's also going to be hard to understand in other parts of this verse because if they're just looking at this without much thought on things they might see in the beginning, and then they might see that the logos is, again the sentence appears backward in a typical English sentence, right? Like you could say the word was in the beginning. Was the way we would usually say that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It kind of ends up with that's how we would say it in English because it's not the beginning was the word as if the beginning it is, but it also isn't because I guess the problem becomes like I guess the word was in English can kind of go both ways, but it's active there, so it would be acting on the beginning, or sorry, it would be acting on nothing actually. It would be acting on the fact that the word was and then it was in the beginning, but it's not acting
Yeah,
on anything because there's no accusative. But then
the
and
yeah, the only action in the sentence is the word
it
being
exists, I
toward
guess. Like
God.
now that I think about it, isn't it just saying that it exists in the
Yeah,
beginning? The word was, and then when was it is answered by in the beginning. It's not. Yeah.
and it also clarifies it clarifies that it was and clarifies where it was, just toward the
So
God,
what are
and
they
then
going to try to
clarifies
use
its
it?
function as
Say
well on top of all of that.
in the mind of God or something? Like, what would you say to that? I mean, obviously it doesn't say that. I guess would be the first thing.
That of course, yeah, you're talking about like the blueprint for knowledge, forethought.
Yeah.
For starters, that itself, ironically, is more Gnostic than anything, because there is the Gnostic philosophy that Barbellos forethought controls or is the channel through which God operates, and that's of course false. But beyond that, it says in the last clause here that a God was the Word. It would follow that by the very nature of that statement, it is not a forethought or idea, but a subjector. There's no verse, no use of the word God where the abstract conceptual concept is being considered the subjector, but an actual object with motivations. And moreover, the fact that the word becomes flesh should clarify more than anything.
Well, it's he said it's not Gnostic at all, faith ignited, but I wouldn't like that. Whether it is or isn't, it doesn't matter to me, because at the end of the day, I just want to know what it says. I guess what is the word was toward God.
I mean, it's actually
if you start
surprising
doing that,
Richard
like,
would say that, because he himself did a session on Gnosticism and spoke about Barbellos being forethought. I actually learned it from him, ironically. So,
well, I know. I guess I'm trying to focus on just what's there, and I'm just like, okay, the word was, and when was he? In the beginning. I mean, I have a hard time understanding what the value of that sentence is, because you could say that about
it's the
everything.
introduction, like it sets up the.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
the
what is
account.
the point of in the beginning? Like, if it just means, well, it was, God knew about it. Like, okay, then so was I in the beginning.
Yeah,
I don't understand what the value of this. Like, I don't.
Yeah,
think,
why would God say it
I
at
don't
all?
think
Yeah, I
this
get
is
it.
teaching on the fact that God knows what happened. Like, I don't think that's what this is addressing at all. I mean, yes, God knows, but the question I would ask is, like, is that what this is pointing out? I don't understand what the value of that to this subject really gives, because again, you could just say that about anything. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know. There's a lot of statements that are said that don't really have value anymore if you consider them from a non-existent standpoint. The whole thing argues from the negative. So it just by its
The
very
only argument that was I mentioned it on SDA channel, Jamie Russell's channel. I actually have the recording of parts of it. Jamie Russell's channel, and there's some people talking. And I didn't play that. Yeah, I didn't play that part on Ace's channel, but the part that I skipped over like a couple weeks ago was about pre-existence, and I brought up the topic, even though they're Trinitarians and stuff. There, just entertain it with them, because at least they're thinking at least enough to know death is death. So I brought it was funny, by the way, because someone decided that I mentioned the verse about through human came death, about first the soulish and then the spiritual. And I didn't even pick the verse that they decided they were going to start in, but it's the one I would have picked. And he picked 35 sounds like a good place to start. And hell yeah. And 1 Corinthians.
and 15.
Because it's funny, because it's like that seems like a good place to start objecting to annihilationism. Yet the annihilation said, "This looks like a good verse to start," because if you relate it to everything said above, it creates a disaster for annihilationism. the celestial things that. Yeah, but anyway, it's funny to me that because Jamie Russell was saying, yeah, hey, look, this is talking about immortality and the resurrection body and this and that, and he kept saying things like that, and it was funny to me because he's so unfamiliar with 1 Corinthians 15 that it didn't come to his attention that he believes that the vivified in Christ, the telos, is that second death that happens after. So it was funny to me because it's like he sees what it's saying here, but as soon as that's going to be brought up, he's going to go back to talking about the Sabbath, So, but anyway, that was the verse that I wasn't, and the reason he didn't even mention, or that he was even willing to talk about, hey, this is about the resurrection, the immortality body, and everything. He was saying is because I wasn't talking about universalism. I was talking about pre-existence, and I hadn't even brought up the topic of God becoming all in all. So it's not a usual discussion for him, right? So it didn't even come to his mind the connection between that and the verses above. And it was kind of funny because it led him to point out a lot of things that he was aware to see. But as soon as push came to shove, it was just push it away. He said, I'll never be a universalist, but you can talk about it on my channel sometime. That's what you said.
I remember that. Yeah. You played it on Ace's channel.
Yeah. Part of it. Well, but that's the verse that talk about that verse some if you have any input on it. Because that's the only verse that's kind of like something to think about, but at the same time, it's like it seems very narrow in what it's talking about, and I don't see how it. Like I could see how they could see that from that alone, but then I see all these other verses that just seem like constant.
So which verse specifically?
Just silly workarounds.
Which verse?
First the soulish, then the spiritual. It's like 40 something.
Oh yeah. Like you're saying that, like you're referring to like the non-existence argument that like.
Yeah, that's like the only one that is like has any value to it. I think that isn't just a. Let's find every way to play around something or something. Like it just felt like every other thing that was brought up was just a way to work around, or like they took the word Genesis and understand what it meant and decided that it was directly the idea of a beginning, which I originally my first thought about that when I heard that was like, well, that's not the word beginning. Let's generate, and just because it's put at a book that's beginning in the Bible, or that there's a overlap in when something is generated, it's typically it's often in concept a beginning, but it's not necessarily a beginning, right?
Yeah.
And then I looked at the Septuagint, and I'm like, I wonder if I highly doubt they even use the word become in Genesis 1:1, and I looked, and it said arhi. So
the verse here is talking about resurrection. It must be viewed in its context. It's not talking about the very existence of everything.
Right.
It's talking about the resurrection of all.
Can I
play like I don't think this verse proves or doesn't prove anything on this topic. I don't know why it would ever be considered as one, especially considering to the detriment of the position. The very next verse continues with the second man is the Lord out of heaven. So it just doesn't add up to me to use any of this really for or against whether or not Christ was there at the start of the story. I think there are much clearer verses.
Yeah, but again, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's out," and But let me show you part of that video because I think it might help both of us.
I can't do that too much because I do have to go in like a minute here.
Okay,
I'm already spending a bit too much time after the fact, but.
Are you busy?
Yeah, I've got to get to the grocery store before it closes.
Okay. I'll show you at another time when you stream again. I want to talk about that verse. That's the only one that's really like a positive supposed argument. The other, I mean, they might have other supposed positive ones, but I don't know. That's the only one that felt like it had anything to it. And considering an SDA managed to shed tons of light on it, and the only reason I didn't think about it much is I just didn't want my brain to hurt. So I brought it up to them and let them think about it, especially because to them, like, pre-existence is like an even bigger deal because they think he's God. So it becomes like an even bigger, like, especially like to an SDA over like a Trinity or over like a eternal torment guy, because at least they take the resurrection serious to some degree, or like compared to a typical immortal soul guy. So yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really treat the I don't treat it as a salvation issue. I don't think it is, but I do think it matters in learning and realizing who God is by learning who His Son is and recognizing the reconciliation of all. But
yeah, I mean, you got to look at it from my point of view. Like, I've only figured out or God only gave me the truth. I talked to Ace in 2024, was it? No, wait. Shit, what was it? I don't know. It was December, like, 2024, I think. I don't know. Or was it 20? It wasn't 2023. So last month of December 2024. So, right? Wait. How many years is that? No, is it really been 2023? Wait. I don't fucking remember. I'm all mixed up. I think it was December 2020. 2023. There's a new year. I'm all mixed up. I don't fucking know.
yeah,
I think it's. I'll have to go look. I think it was December 2023, but I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
here I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link if you want to chat with Richard. I'll let him in if he gets here before I head out. But I'll end it here. Grace and peace to everybody. And again, thanks to Ace for coming on in. Grace and peace.